A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
Mr. Ace is trying to sell the wealthy Mr. Everett a plot of ground and hopes to put over one of the biggest real estate deals he ever tackled. In the meantime, Jane was offered $500 by a Mr. Neff if she could persuade Mr. Everett, her brother Johnny's father-in-law, to buy Mr. Neff's lot. Neither knows the other's plan. This episode takes place the next day in alternating scenes between Mr. Everett's private office, the outer office, and 2 telephone booths. But first to the outer office, where Mr. Ace just entered. Listen.
May I see Mr. Everett, please?
Do you have an appointment?
No, I haven't exactly.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Everett will be too busy to see you today. What was the nature of your business?
Well, I'd rather take that up with him privately. I wonder if you'd mind announcing me to him, if he's not tied up in anything.
What is the name?
Ace. Just say Mr. Ace to see him.
Ace, A-C-E?
Yeah.
And you don't care to mention just what the nature
No, I'd
of your...
rather not. You see... Well, my wife's brother is married to Mr. Everett's daughter. I thought if he was...
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ace. Just a moment now, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Everett, there's a Mr. Ace here to see you. Mr. Ace. Yes, I will. You see you at once, Mr. Ace. I'm so sorry I was so insistent on knowing where
quite all right.
Right through here, right in that door to the left.
Thank you. I'll find it.
Well, Mr. Ace, this is indeed a pleasure.
Hello, Mr. Everett. How are you?
Pretty well. Sit down, please.
Thank you. I don't want to detain you from anything that
Not at all. Always glad to see you. How are you and the little lady?
Just fine, thank you. I don't have to ask how you are. You certainly look in the pink.
I'm feeling pretty well.
That's good. Mr. Everett, I don't know whether Johnny spoke to you about this.
Johnny?
Yes, he said he was going to try to see you and put in a word for me about a proposition I have for you.
Oh, yes. He was saying something last night, just after dinner. What was it about?
Well, it was about some property I have, or rather I represent.
Oh, yes. Something about this building I'm putting up. You'll have to excuse me for not remembering. There are so many details I have to look at.
I understand, Mr. Everett. You've got quite an empire of businesses here that require your personal attention.
Yes, indeed. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me.
This plot of ground I have, a client of mine is willing to sell. Did he mention anything about it? I mean, the location?
No, I don't think we went into that.
Well, it's at 14th and South Avenue, just 1 block from your department store, and I thought that as long as you wanted to use the parking building you're going to put up for the customers of your store, as well as for transient trade.
Yes. Very good location. I know the property.
Well, I represent the man who owns it, and I thought I might be able to close the deal.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Ace, I don't like to sound too hard or formidable, especially because of our family alliance.
Oh, but I don't want this business deal to have anything to do with family ties, Mr. Everett. I think this proposition I have can stand on its own.
Exactly. Thank you for saving me the trouble of saying it. You see, well, I've made it a very strict rule, and I've followed it for years, that friendship and relationship and business don't mix. They're separate and distinct.
Well, I understand your point of view, Mr. Everett.
In fact, Mr. Ace, I've always found it advisable to sidestep deals that involve friendship and personal issues.
Well, you're not turning me down just because Johnny happened to marry your daughter.
Oh, no, not turning you down at all.
Then you will give me a chance at it? I don't need to tell you that if I put over this deal, I can make myself a nice piece of change.
I understand that.
Well, somebody's going to make it anyhow. I don't see where it should matter to you who makes it.
Oh, it doesn't. Not at all. I just want to have it understood that the personal angle will have nothing to do with it.
I see.
Now, I wish you wouldn't think too harshly of me, Mr. Ace. It's just that it has been one of my first rules of successful business.
Yeah, of course, if it's a rule, I understand. But you will give a little thought to my proposition. I think it's as good a buy as any other real estate man will offer you.
We shall see. Yours is the first offer, I'll say that. 14th and South Avenue.
Yeah.
Yes. I know the property very well. I'll keep it in mind.
Well, I'd like to talk business with you. I'd like to show you that it's a good buy and
excuse me, please. Yes? Well, who is she? Won't give her name? But, Miss Jennings, I've told you... Oh, have her wait if she likes. I can't promise an audience this morning.
Well, if you're busy, Mr. Everett...
No, not business. It's just these infernal interruptions. Why, women insist on coming to a man's office.
Yes, they are a nuisance, aren't they?
Yes. Well, I'll get in touch with you through Johnny, perhaps.
Oh, yes, Johnny. There's nothing definite? I mean, you can't say anything at this time that I might be able to convey to my client?
No, not just at this time. I'll keep you in mind and compare your deal with any others that we may have. I'll remember the place. 14th and South.
Yes, just 1 block from your store.
Yes. Well, let's hope for the best, Mr. H.
Yeah, thank you. I won't take any more of your time. It was nice of you to see me.
Not at all, Mr. H. Glad you dropped in. Right through here, if you don't mind. Save you a walk to the elevator. This is a shortcut, this factory.
Oh, thank you. Well, good day.
Good day. My regards to Mrs. H.
Thanks.
Will you come in, please, Miss Jennings?
Yes, Mr. Everett?
Miss Jennings, in regard to that new building, make a memo. See that I have all the offers on my desk early next week.
Yes, sir.
And have my son-in-law come in on the day I go over them.
Yes, sir.
That'll be all.
Thank you.
Did the statement from the bank come in yet?
Not yet, Mr. Everett.
Send it in when it comes.
Yes, sir.
I thought I'd come in. It's kind of lonesome out here.
But Mr. Everett is very busy.
Well, I won't stay long.
What is it, Miss Jennings?
It's that woman I told
Oh,
you.
hello, Mr. Everett.
Oh, Mrs. A.
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say you were there? Oh, this is a coincidence. Why, your husband was just... that'll be all, Miss Jennings.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't want to give my name because that girl kept asking me what business I had, and I don't have any business, so I didn't want you to think that I came here on business. Well, you know me. I don't know anything about business or anything like that, so I just thought I'd surprise you and come in and just say hello.
Well, hello.
Hello?
Well, won't you sit down? I was just saying your husband was only here a few minutes ago.
He was?
Yes. Just went out that back door there.
Where, how is he?
What?
Well, he was. What was he doing?
Oh, business.
Business. That's one thing I'm not even interested in. I think it's much nicer to come to see somebody just to see how they are, don't you?
Oh, of course. I always say that business and friendship don't mix.
Yes. Well, how are you, Mr. Everett?
Oh, pretty well.
That's good. How's Alice?
Fine. I've never seen her look happier or more radiant. Marrying that brother of yours has certainly done wonders for her.
Isn't it marvelous how they get along? I like to see two people get along, especially if they're married, don't you? Like Mr. Ace and me. Why, we're just like that.
Yes, indeed. Well, what business brings you downtown so early?
Business? Oh, business. I can't talk business. I just like to see how everybody is and things like that.
Well, now, it was nice of you to stop in and say hello to me. Were you just passing by?
Yes, just passing by, and I said to myself, I'm going to go up and see Mr. Everett. After all, you are Johnny's father-in-law.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. I appreciate it.
All right. Oh, I like your office.
Oh, this is the first time you've been here, isn't it?
Uh-huh, it's so big. I bet you do a lot of business here.
Business?
Oh, there I go talking business. Isn't that awful?
Well, because of the day I hear the word a lot.
A lot? Well, that reminds me. It just came to me just this minute. Do you know anybody that wants to buy a lot?
A lot?
Yes, you know, someplace where somebody can build something on it. You know, a lot. Well, it's the funniest thing. I've got a friend who happened to say to me he had a lot for sale. And I said, well, I don't know anything about a lot. And he said, well, maybe you can find somebody that knows something about it. You know, somebody that might want to buy it. You don't happen to know anybody, do you?
I see. You say you have A friend?
Yes, a very good friend of mine.
A very good friend?
Yes.
Yes, I imagine he is.
Yes, and what do you think, come to think of it? This lot is just 1 block from your store.
1 block, of course. And you still say he's a very good friend?
Oh, yes.
And you'd like to see this friend sell this lot to me?
Well, yes, I would. Well, to tell you the truth, the money...
I see, Mrs. Ace. I understand.
It's an awfully good lot. I can tell you all about it. It's 100
I think I know about it. 1 block from the store, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I must say there's nothing like wifely loyalty.
Yes, and it's about 100 feet.
I like your spirit.
Well, thanks, Mr. Everett. Do you think you could buy a lot like that?
Well, it's against my first rule of business, but your coming here this way has rather put a new light on the thing.
What do you mean?
I mean your devotion to this friend you speak of. Yes, I like that. I might be able to do business with you.
You will?
I think so. Suppose we leave it to next week someday. Early next week.
All right. Well, I have to go now. I just wanted to drop in to see how you were feeling.
Yes. Well, very nice of you, Mrs. Ace. Oh, right through here. You'll find this is a shortcut to the elevator.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Everett.
Lights out.
I wish I didn't have to stay here and work all day. I wish I could take a vacation and go to Bermuda or Nassau, Florida or somewhere. The grass is green in Bermuda. Green grass in March and the sky is blue instead of all gray and the sun is shining. I wish I was in Bermuda. I'm so tired and worried. Wish I had a big office with a nice Davenport in it so I could lie down and sleep whenever I wanted to. I won't get to bed till all hours tonight. Here comes Patricia. Pretty girl. Patricia's a pretty girl. If Lucille knew about Patricia, she'd probably divorce me. I wouldn't like that very well. I wouldn't like it at all.
I brought in those letters, Johnny. The ones about the stamping machine.
Oh, thanks, honey. You've got too much lipstick on. I suppose I've got to kiss you.
Oh, don't, Johnny.
That's the old stuff. If I didn't kiss you, you'd probably get sore. You're all right, Patricia, but I wish you wouldn't. Oh, I don't know what I wish. I like to kiss you, but I don't like to have you expecting it all the time. Oh, come on. Give me just one little kiss, Pat. Come on.
Oh, Johnny, please.
Come on, sweetheart. No, I suppose I've got lipstick all over me. Patricia, you've got too much perfume on, and you know how I hate the stuff. And that green dress. I give you money to buy new clothes, and you wear that dreadful green thing all the time. Love me a little, Patsy?
Oh, I love you, Johnny. I do love you. You darling.
Well, that's all right. Only don't love me too much, baby. If Lucille finds it out, she'll tear your hair out. She's tough, Lucille is. The time she slapped that Flynn gal at the club.
Now, Johnny, stop. You've got to get those letters signed. Go ahead and sign them.
Oh, there's no rush about the letters, but there is a rush about them. They've got to get off in the airmail.
There is, too. They've got to go airmail to the coast tonight, and I've got to get them ready for Hal to take to the post office. Now, you start signing them while I fix. I brought in those letters, Johnny. The ones about the stamping machine.
Oh, thanks, honey. You've got too much lipstick on. I suppose I've got to kiss you.
Oh, don't, Johnny.
That's the old stuff. If I didn't kiss you, you'd probably get sore. You're all right, Patricia, but I wish you wouldn't. Well, I don't know what I wish. I like to kiss you, but I don't like to have you expecting it all the time. Oh, come on. Give me just one little kiss, Pat. Come on.
Oh, Johnny, please.
Come on, sweetheart. No, I suppose I've got lipstick all over me. Patricia, you've got too much perfume on, and you know how I hate the stuff. And that green dress. I give you money to buy new clothes, and you wear that dreadful green thing all the time. Love me a little, Patsy?
Oh, I love you, Johnny. I do love you. You darling.
Well, that's all right. Only don't love me too much, baby. If Lucille finds it out, she'll tear your hair out. She's tough, Lucille is. The time she slapped that Flynn gal at the club.
Now, Johnny, stop. You've got to get those letters signed. Go ahead and sign them.
Oh, there's no rush about the letters, but there is a rush about them. They've got to get off in the airmail.
There is, too. They've got to go airmail to the coast tonight, and I've got to get them ready for Hal to take to the post office. Now, you start signing them while I fix my face.
Oh, Pat.
Now, go ahead.
Smart girl. She'd like to neck, but she knows her business. She's all right. Yes, sir, she's all right. John R. Phillips. John R. Phillips. John R. Phillips. John R. Phillips. Phillips. I've got a funny name. Phillips. Nice signature. Wonder what a handwriting expert would say about it. Wish I could go to the coast along with these letters. Fly to the coast.
I'll come in after 5 o'clock, shall I, Johnny?
Uh-huh.
I'll come in after 5 o'clock.
Oh, swell. You bet. I wish you wouldn't come in after 5 o'clock. I get tired of this business, Patricia. I wish I could go down to the bar at 5 o'clock and have a drink. I'd have a Manhattan, and maybe I'd have another. And then I'd catch the 5:19 and go home and have dinner and read the paper and go to bed early. Well, they're all finished, darling.
Oh, that's a good boy. You got one more kiss now for doing your work tonight.
Thank you, Patsy. You sweet girl. I wish I was in Bermuda. I wish I didn't have to stay here. That perfume smells awful. I don't like it. I hope nobody opens the door suddenly. Hurry up, take the letters and go away. If Lucille should open that door and look in here, she'd scratch your eyes out, Patricia. Hurry up and get this kissing over with.
Oh, you're so sweet, Johnny.
You're pretty sweet yourself, Patsy. Stop calling me Johnny. Stop it. Don't call me Johnny. Phillips is bad enough. Johnny. It sounds like a 10-year-old kid. Go on, take the letters and get out. Please, Patricia.
See you after 5 o'clock, darling.
Okay, darling. Wonder what time it is. I wish Patricia would leave me alone. I can't get any work done today. I wish I'd gone to bed early last night. I wish I could go to bed early tonight. There's that silly bridge party. I hate bridge. I wish I could play bridge real good so I could win a lot of money. How much money can you win playing bridge? I could go to Bermuda if I could play bridge good enough to make a lot of money at it. Why do people have to call me up on the telephone? I suppose it's somebody I don't want to talk to, somebody I owe money to. Maybe it's Lucille. Maybe it's Keene Crockett. Maybe it's Frank Loughran. Maybe it's... Hello? It's Lucille. What's she calling me up for? Oh, hello, dear. I wonder if she suspects anything about Patricia. I wonder if she... Well, where have you been? She never comes downtown suddenly like this. Oh, is that so? Well, how was the show? You're a nice girl, Lucille. I like you. I love you, Lucille. I love you better than Patricia. Hurry up and get this kissing over with.
Oh, you're so sweet, Johnny.
You're pretty sweet yourself, Patsy. Stop calling me Johnny. Stop it. Don't call me Johnny. Phillips is bad enough. Johnny. It sounds like a 10-year-old kid. Go on, take the letters and get out. Please, Patricia.
See you after 5 o'clock, darling.
Okay, darling. Wonder what time it is. I wish Patricia would leave me alone. I can't get any work done today. I wish I'd gone to bed early last night. I wish I could go to bed early tonight. There's that silly bridge party. I hate bridge. I wish I could play bridge real good so I could win a lot of money. How much money can you win playing bridge? I could go to Bermuda if I could play bridge good enough to make a lot of money at it. Why do people have to call me up on the telephone? I suppose it's somebody I don't want to talk to, somebody I owe money to. Maybe it's Lucille. Maybe it's Keene Crockett. Maybe it's Frank Loughran. Maybe it's... Hello? It's Lucille. What's she calling me up for? Oh, hello, dear. I wonder if she suspects anything about Patricia. I wonder if she... Well, where have you been? She never comes downtown suddenly like this. Oh, is that so? Well, how was the show? You're a nice girl, Lucille. I like you. I love you, Lucille. I love you better than Patricia. All right. What time? she comes up here to the office and runs into Patricia. 5:30? That'll give me time enough. Oh, I'll meet you, dear. Where'll you be? That's better. I can get out of the office. Too bad for you, Patricia. All right, honey. 5:30 at the Creole Bar. Okay. Goodbye, darling. Still have time to neck with Patricia a few minutes before I go. That's all right. Yes, sir, that's all right. It'd be just too bad if Lucille came here. She wouldn't come here, though. She hasn't been in the office in 6 months. Or is it 7 months? 6 or 7 months. She always calls up. Who's this guy? His face is familiar. What's he doing here? Who is he? Who are you, fellow? What do you want from my office? How did you get in? Well, young man, did you want to see me?
Are you John Phillips?
Yes. Who are you? Your face is familiar. I don't know who you are. How did you get in here?
I'm Patricia's brother.
Patricia's brother. Now, what's he going to do? He can't do anything. He does nothing about Patricia. Me. He doesn't know. I didn't do anything. You're Patricia's brother? Well,
I came here to tell you that I want you to let her alone.
No, I'm in for it. He's a big fellow. He'll probably beat me up and my name will be in the paper. I'm afraid I don't understand, young man.
You understand, all right, Mr. Phillips. I want you to let her alone.
If he starts to hit me, I'll stab him with this paper knife. He could beat me. Well, this is, Patricia is... Well, what do you mean? I'm talking like a fool. I never could keep my head when I'm scared. He thinks I'm a fool. I am a fool.
You're married, aren't you, Mr. Phillips?
He knows all about me. He'll beat me up and he'll tell Lucille. Yes, I'm married. What about it? I'll pick up the paper knife.
I don't want any married men running around with my sister. I'm man enough to stop it. Is that plain?
Why, who do you think you are? You think you're going to talk to me like that? You don't know that I've got a gun in my desk. Well, well, you see, this is all very innocent, you know. Patricia and I, well...
I know.
Talking like a fool, like a fool, like a fool.
I'm just warning you, Mr. Phillips. I won't warn you again. Just let me say this. I was welterweight champion of my brigade in the Army. So, take my advice and let Patricia alone.
You'd better not make a pass at me. I'd shoot you. I'd kill you. I'm not going to be beaten up. Well, I'm sorry. I'll talking like a fool, a fool.
That's all. Don't forget.
There isn't anything wrong between Patricia and me. There isn't anything wrong. I've just kissed her a few times. She's a nice girl. I wouldn't harm her. She likes me. We're perfectly innocent. He could beat me up without half trying. I'd kill him, though. I'd have to kill him. It would be self-defense. It would be. Of course it would. It wouldn't do anything to me. Why, you young punk, you've got a lot of nerve coming into my office like that and threatening me. I could have you arrested. I could call up Chief Ostrom and have you put in jail for threatening me. I'm John R. Phillips. I know what I'll do. Coming into my office and threatening me when I haven't done a thing. Hello, Patricia? Her brother. What do you know about that? Her brother. I didn't know she had a brother. But Patricia, did you see the visitor I just had? Probably didn't see him. She wouldn't let him come in. Your brother. Didn't know anything about it. I knew she didn't. Well, he came in to tell me to let you alone. I should have hit him. If I'd have hit him, he'd probably kill me. No, I'm not kidding. He came in here and told me if I didn't let you alone, he'd beat me up. He could do it, too. Only not if I got the gun first. I'd kill him. Sure, I'd kill him. I wonder what it's like to kill somebody. Well, I just thought you'd like to know. Never had anything like this happen to me in all my life. Notoriety. Well, never mind. You love me? I'm an idiot for keeping on with it. I'll get myself in a jam that I can't get out of. Okay. After 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock, he'll probably be waiting for her outside, or maybe he'll come up here. I have to get away quick, too, so I can meet Lucille after 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock. After 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. It's been so long till 5 o'clock. Another day finished. I wish Patricia would hurry. I have to get away. I can't make Lucille wait. She'll be suspicious. I wish it wasn't so suspicious always. I wonder if that brother of Patricia's is still outside. I wish she'd come in. Here she comes now. What do I see in her? She's beautiful, but I'd hate to be married to her. Hello, Patsy. The way she eats ice cream, she licks it off the spoon. It makes me sick.
Johnny, what in the world did Tom say?
He said plenty. He scared me to death. Tom? Oh, who's Tom? Oh, your brother. Why, he said I had to let you alone, that's all.
He did? Oh, Johnny, did he threaten you?
Well, he warned me that he'd been welterweight champion of something or other. He said he was welterweight champion of his brigade. How big is a brigade?
Oh, Johnny, he's terrible. He beat a man just awfully, just because the man spoke to me in the streetcar.
Well, he won't beat me, not if I can get to my gun. I guess I'll carry the gun with me in my pocket. Well, you want me to let you alone, darling?
Oh, Johnny.
I wish you'd say yes. I wish you'd say yes to let me alone forever. I wish you. Well, Patsy?
Oh, Johnny.
Cut off that bawling. You look terrible when you bawl. Your face is all screwed up. You make a terrible face. Cut it out. You look terrible. Don't cry, sweetheart. Please don't cry, honey. Bawling like a kid, making awful faces, your mouth open. It looks awful. Women look terrible when they bawl. I wish I'd never seen you. Patricia, stop bawling. Don't cry, honey. It's all right. I guess I'd better let you alone, Patricia, after all. I've got no business loving you. Going on this way, I'm just a fool, I guess. That's a good time. Only trouble is it makes it bawl even more. Will you pipe down? Will you stop that? Shut up. Stop bawling, Patricia. If your brother comes in here now.
I love you so. I can't give you up.
It's just fine. Only, baby, you'd better give me up. This is going to get me in a jam. I know it is. There, Patsy, darling. Stop crying now and kiss me. Come on. Kiss me.
Oh, Johnny.
Why do I do these dumb things? Why don't I say, go on, get out, let me alone? I don't want to get beaten up. I don't care about you, Patricia. I really love Lucille, but you're pretty nice and you kiss nice, only you're getting lipstick all over me.
Oh, Johnny, please. Please don't give me up, will you, Johnny? I love you, Johnny.
Oh, darling. Johnny, I wish you'd stop calling me Johnny. I wish you'd go. I have to go and meet Lucille.
Tom beat you up. I don't know what I'll do, Johnny.
You won't beat me up, sweetheart. Don't you worry. Now, kiss me. I hope he won't beat me up. I guess I can ease out of this all right somehow. I don't know how, but I'll ease out of it. Patricia, you're all right, but I'm not going to play around with any girl with a tough brother. No, sir, not me. Kiss me again, Patsy, darling. I love you. Now, why did I say I love her? I'm crazy. I'm a fool. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't want to say I love you. I don't love you. You're nice, but I don't love you. I don't. I love Lucille. Lucille is probably waiting for me right now.
Oh, Johnny. I love you, too.
Fine mess now. I don't love you. I kind of feel sorry for you, but I don't love you. I don't love you, Patricia. It would be a terrible thing being married to you, and the next thing you'll start talking about divorcing Lucille, and I won't. I love Lucille. The door's opening. Who is it? It's Lucille.
Well, a very pretty little tableau indeed.
Now I'm in a fix. What do I do? I can't explain to Lucille that I don't love Patricia. I can't. What will I do? Oh, God, help me. Please, God, help me. Help me get out of this. Help.
Who is this woman, John?
The way she said woman. Why, Miss Parmalee, Mrs. Phillips. I'm a fool introducing the daughters at a party.
Perhaps you can explain what this is all about, John?
Well, Lucille, you see, Miss Parmalee,
I think I can explain, Mrs. Phillips.
Well,
I love Johnny.
She said she loves me. Now what can I do? Lucille, believe me, please. I don't love her. I don't. Oh, God, please help me out of this.
How very interesting. And Johnny loves you, I take it?
No, I don't. I don't love her. I love you, Lucille.
Yes, he loves me, too.
I do not love you. I love Lucille.
Is this true, John?
Yes. I love her, Lucille. I do not. I lied. I'm a fool. Why did I say that?
You really love this little tramp, John.
Who are you calling a tramp? You
I
can't.
called you a tramp, young woman.
I'll scratch your out.
No,
Wait, I will scratch your eyes
I
out.
hate her, Lucille. She got me into this mess. Oh, stop. Stop it, Lucille. Patricia, stop it. Stop it, I say. Now stop this, both of you. Lucille, let go of her, Patricia. Now, sit down here, both of you. Won't do either of you any good, do I?
John, my dress is all torn.
That ventral green dress, I'm glad it's torn. Lucille beat you up pretty well. Lucille's a good scrapper. Nice work, Lucille. It's all right, darling. Now, sit down here. Darling, I'm a fool. I don't like you. I don't.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, Miss Parmalee. I'm sorry.
I hate you.
Oh, shut up. Don't you talk to Lucille that way. Now, Patricia, darling, please.
Oh,
John, how long has this been going on?
it's been going on for a long time. We love each other.
You do not. She just thinks she loves me, and I don't love her at all. I don't, Lucille. I don't.
Oh, I see.
No, you don't see, Lucille. You don't see.
I suppose you want me to divorce John then, so you and he can be married?
Oh, Lucille, don't divorce me. What'll I do without you? What'll I do? Please, Lucille, don't divorce me. I love you, Lucille. We love each other.
Is that right, Miss?
Yes, that's right.
Don't listen to her, Lucille. Don't listen to her, please. Don't listen to her, Lucille. I don't want to marry her.
What do you think, John?
I don't want a divorce, Lucille. I don't want anything but you. Oh, no, Lucille. Please, Lucille. Don't. Well, it's up to you, Lucille. Why did I say that? Why did I? No, don't divorce me, Lucille. I can't live without you. I'll die, Lucille. I'll die without you if I could only explain. Who's that? I bet it's your brother. I knew he'd come up here. Oh, why did this happen to happen to you? Oh, go away. Please go away.
You better go to the door, John.
I can't go to the door. Oh, Lucille, I can't. Oh, Lucille, I love you.
Is Patricia here?
I knew he'd come. I knew it. Now it's going to start all over again. What can I do? What can I do? Yes, she's here. Come in.
Patricia, I've come to take you home.
She'll only go within. She'll just go within and go away from here.
I won't go with you,
Go within, Patricia, and never come back.
And who is this, may I ask?
I'm Patricia's brother. I don't know who you are.
I'm Mrs. Phillips.
Now he'll tell her that he came up here and warned me this afternoon, and it'll be worse than ever. Oh, why did this have to happen to me? Oh, why? Why did it?
You seem to have stepped in on a very pleasant little scene, Mrs. Phillips. You have my sympathy.
Thank you. You knew about this, I take it?
Yes. Come on, Patricia.
I think Patricia prefers to remain here.
Oh, Lucille, please, Lucille, don't. I love you, Lucille. Let him take her. Go on, get out. Both of you, get out.
Patricia, we're getting out of this. We're going home.
No, I'm going to stay right here. You can't make me go, Tom.
Yes, you can. You're her brother. Make her go. I'll go crazy. I know I will. I can't stand this. I can't. Oh, please make her go.
Mrs. Phillips, I'm sorry. My sister...
Go on, take her. Make her go with you. Make her go. Please take her away. Please do. Lucille, make him take her away. Make him take her.
I know. It's all right. Only it seems to be rather complicated.
Come on, Patricia.
You let me alone.
I won't do it. Take her away. Make her go with you. Go on. Let her alone, Tom.
Phillips, I don't know why I don't beat you within an inch of your worthless life.
If you make a move, I'll get the pistol out of the desk and kill you. I'll kill you, all of you. You and your sister and Lucille and myself. I'll kill you all.
Tom, I don't think that would do a great deal of good.
No, I suppose it wouldn't.
Well, John, we might as well talk this out. No use going insane, as we did a few moments ago. There must be a way out. Sit down.
Oh, Lucille, if I could only explain to you, if I could only tell you, but you wouldn't believe me. I can't tell you.
I don't think there's anything to talk about. You simply have to divorce him.
No, Lucille. Don't listen to her. I don't want to marry her. I don't want her.
Sit down, John.
Oh, Lucille, you've always helped me. Please get me out of this. Please do, Lucille. I love you. Please get me out of this. Dear God, please help Lucille. Get me out of this. Please, God.
Now, Mr. Parmalee, is it? You're sure you want John badly enough to take him away from you?
She can't have me, Lucille. She can't have me. If you divorce me, Lucille, I'll kill myself. I will. I'll die. I can't live without you, Lucille. Oh, Lucille, you know me so well. You love me, Lucille. This girl is nothing to me. Lucille, don't forget me. Lucille, don't forget how we loved each other all the time in school.
I'm perfectly sure. You've got to divorce him.
You won't let me go, Lucille. You won't just throw me away. I wish I had a cigarette. Where are the cigarettes? They're in the desk drawer. Cigarettes. Oh, there's the pistol.
Lucille, if you throw me away, if you divorce me, you'll kill me. I'll take the pistol and blow my brains out. I wonder what it feels like to blow my brains out. I wonder. I'll find out if you let me go, Lucille. I'll kill myself. I will. Mrs. Phillips, Patricia's too young to know exactly what she does want. She's a flighty kid. She doesn't really love your husband. He's just, well, fascinating to her because, well, he's a successful businessman and...
Successful businessman. If this gets into the papers, I'll be a successful businessman. I'll be a fool. I am a fool. Oh, why does this have to happen to me? It can't happen to me. It's a dream.
I don't care what Tom says about me, Mrs. Phillips. He thinks I'm just a baby, but I'm old enough to know my own mind.
You're a fool, too, Patricia. We're all fools. I don't want you. Oh, Lucille, look at me. Lucille, please look at me. I love you, Lucille. If you'll just look at me, you'll know I love you. Please, Lucille.
John isn't the easiest person in the world to get along with, young woman.
You got along with me, Lucille. I know I'm hard to get along with. I'm crazy and I'm fool, but you love me. You love me enough to fight over me. You got along with me. You're the wisest person in the world. You love me, Lucille.
I don't care. I love him and I'm going to marry him.
No, you're not. If Lucille won't have me, I'll kill myself. I think I'll kill myself with a pistol in the desk drawer. I will.
Well, let's ask John about it. John, you really and truly love this girl?
No, I don't love her, Lucille. I don't love her. I don't. I say, Lucille, I love you.
John?
Of course you love me, Johnny, darling.
Yes, I said it again. Something's the matter with my head. I can't think. I don't know what it is. I guess I'm going crazy. Oh, what have I done? I've lost you, Lucille. I've lost you, dearest. Lucille, I can't talk. I'm crazy. My head is all wrong. I don't know what's the matter with you, Lucille. If you could only see my thoughts, if you only could know how I love you. I can't stand this. I can't.
It's all very painful, Mrs. Phillips.
If you'd only take your sister and take her away from here and let me talk to Lucille, I could make Lucille understand. Oh, Lucille, don't look at me like that. Lucille, if you'd only come over here to me and put your hand on my shoulder, everything would be all right. You'd understand. Patricia,
Oh, Johnny, darling.
Sit down, Patricia.
That's right. Make her sit down. She's a fool. Oh, what am I going to do? What can I do? What, Lucille, dearest? What?
Harmony, I'd love John a great deal.
Oh, Lucille, you love me now. You don't want to lose me. I know what you're thinking. Lucille, you're giving me up because you love me. You want me to be happy. Oh, Lucille, I've never been good enough for you. You're the most wonderful woman in the world. I love you, Lucille. I love you.
But I'm afraid I love him a great deal.
Lucille, darling, why can't we then all this business and then you and I could go home? We're going to play bridge tonight. Come on, let's quit pretending. It's like a play. Take Patricia out of here, Tom. Take her away.
I know. I'm sorry. I can't help loving him, Mrs. Phillips. It's terrible, I know, but I do love him.
Oh, God, what will I do? What can I do?
I know. Well, John, I suppose you can see Carl Verdi about the divorce. I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Lucille, you can't do this. You can't. You're not going to let me go. You're not going to divorce me. Lucille, Lucille, I'll kill myself. The pistol's right here in the drawer. I'll shoot myself. I've got to, Lucille. I won't let you go. No, I won't, Lucille. Lucille, I'll kill myself, Lucille. Oh, Lucille, don't you see I love you? It's no use. I've got to do it. Oh, I'm afraid to. I'm afraid to die. I can't go on living without you. I can't.
Put down that gun.
No, I won't, Tom. Goodbye, Lucille. Goodbye, baby. I've done it. I don't feel any different. Blood all over. I'm dead. Oh, Lucy. I love you, Lucy. I'll love you always, Lucy.
Oh, Johnny, darling. You.
Patricia, Pat.
He did it because of you, Mrs. Phillips. Well, I'll get even.
Oh, Lucy. Where did you come from, Lucy? Oh, Lucy, I love you.
I know you love me, John. I love you. That's why I had to give you up. I love you, John. I love you.
We'll always be together. Won't we, Lucy?
Johnny, Johnny, I can't go on without you. Oh, Johnny, darling. Johnny.
Pat, please. No, Pat, don't.
Goodbye, Tom. I'm sorry it's such a mess.
Lucille, I love you. I've never loved anybody but you.
Johnny, I'm here. I'm with you, Johnny. I love you. I love you.
Oh, no. Patricia. Lucille. Where are you, Lucille? Now it's got to start all over again. All over again. Over again.
John, dear. Aren't you going to wake up?
Uh-huh. What? Where am I?
You're in bed, darling.
Huh?
Where did you think you were?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I was dreaming. Is it really you, Lucille? You're really here. There's nobody with you.
Of course not, silly. Who in the world would be with me? Hurry up now and get dressed. I'll have your breakfast ready.
Oh, yeah. Breakfast.
Scrambled eggs and bacon, too. You go back to sleep now. You'll be an hour late getting to the office as it is. I'll see you downstairs.
All right, honey. Oh, boy, what a dream. Ooh. Hello, this is John Phillips. Will you connect me with my secretary, please? Hello, Patricia. This is Mr. Phillips. No, not Johnny. Mr. Phillips. I won't be down to the office today, but in the meantime, I want you to go to the cashier and get your check. You're fired.
Radio 7.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
The human mind reacts in two separate ways. While we're awake, our conscious mind is more or less in command. While we sleep, the subconscious takes over. And time also undergoes a change between the waking and slumbering mentality. While we sleep, we seem to be able to cover a lot more ground in a lot less time. There's a theory, for instance, that a whole sequence of events which flash before us in a dream may pass in a matter of seconds, even though it might seem to us in our slumber that these events are taking hours to transpire. For our subconscious is energetic and knows no restraints. And the power of suggestion can have a profound effect upon it. In fact, the power of suggestion can have a profound and agonizing effect upon our lives.
There it is, Cora. That must be the house.
That one? Oh, but it is beautiful. I can't believe it.
Do you think they made a mistake in the ad?
Oh, they must have a house like this completely furnished for only £3 a week in this day and age.
Oh, maybe they've never heard of the housing shortage.
Oh, darling, we're only 30 miles from the city, not 30,000. Even the dead must have heard of the shortage by now.
Cora.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I've got how superstitious you are.
It's not that I'm superstitious. It's just that I don't like morbid jokes.
Oh, don't mind me, Ted. I'm so sick and tired of looking for a place to live. I've lost my sense of humor. It does get aggravating after a while, to run from one hotel to another. And at those prices.
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's go and have a look.
I won't believe it's true until I read the lease.
Just look at the way the place has been kept. It's perfect. Well, the people that moved out of here must have been crazy.
If we get in there crazy, they think we'll ever move out. It chimes and everything. Oh, there's a catch in it somewhere.
Yes. There was an advertisement in the papers about renting this house.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thank you. Has anyone got here before us?
Just two couples. But neither of them wanted to rent.
No. The rent is £3, isn't it?
£3 a week, young man.
Are you the owner?
Oh, no. I'm the caretaker. Mrs. Chelsea's my name. Oh, let me show you around. Now, this is the living room.
What? Oh, it's charming.
Look, there's a piano in here and everything.
But, Ted, the furniture's brand new.
Oh, yes. The house itself is less than a year old. Just come this way, please. This is the dining room.
Oh, brother, look at that setup.
Does the crockery come with the house?
Everything you see in here is included in the rent. Well, everything's been left exactly the way the former tenants left it. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. Now, would you like to see them?
Wait a minute, Mrs. Chelsea. What's the catch?
Cora.
Well, we may as well face it, Ted. The place is too much of a bargain. Is it haunted, Mrs. Chelsea?
Oh, God.
Not that we'd mind a few ghosts. Heaven knows we have to share with everything else.
Well, the house isn't haunted, and there are no ghosts.
Well, then what's the trouble? Why did the last 2 couples turn it down?
I don't know. Do you want the house?
Cora, please, let me handle this. Look, Mrs. Chelsea, we're anxious to take this place. Now, if there actually are no hitches to the lease, we'll sign it right now.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I'm getting a little tired of all those silly people running in and out that way. It's easy to see that the place is worth 3 times the money, and simply because it... Never mind. I'll get the lease ready.
Ted, wait a minute.
Well?
Ted, why on earth do you think this place is so easy for us to get?
Maybe it's Dan.
No, I was thinking about those other people that Mrs. Chelsea mentioned.
Are you coming in to sign? I have the lease ready.
Well, Cora, what do you say?
All right, Ted. There's no point in being silly about it. I only hope we don't regret it. The vase look on this table, Ted?
Oh, wonderful. Where did you get those zinnias?
From the garden. Aren't they lovely?
I'll say.
Whoever was here before us had very good taste.
You mean the ghosts?
Ted, get a new joke.
You were the one who brought it up.
I know, but you were just as suspicious as I was.
Only a little more sensible.
All right, darling, you can preen yourself.
Well, we've been here a week. No ghosts, no visions. Not even a measly chain rattling.
I know. Very disappointing. I was really hoping to meet a ghost or 2.
Oh, you were?
Yes, I was. A nice ghost, like my great-grandfather, maybe. He was a lovely ghost.
Your great-grandfather, maybe.
I wonder he wouldn't use the chime.
Old-fashioned, that's all.
Good evening. Good evening.
Am I disturbing you?
Why, no.
I'm Eve Lawler, your neighbor.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. I should say I'm your nearest neighbor. We're actually a quarter of a mile apart. You're Mrs. Bellows?
Yes. And this is my husband, Ted.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
I merely came over to make your acquaintance and, just to ask if there was anything I could do to make you more comfortable.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Lawler, but Mrs. Chelsea did an excellent job before she left.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Chelsea. I met her once or twice. She must have been rather relieved when you signed your lease. I know she's been trying to get someone in here for weeks so she could leave and take another job.
Why is it she had so much trouble?
Yes, she wouldn't tell us.
Ted and I thought there might be a couple of ghosts in the closet at first, but we were disappointed.
There are no ghosts as such, as far as I know.
What do you mean, as such?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't tell you what I mean. It'll be so much more pleasant for you.
Oh, no, please, we insist. Really, this is getting to be the mystery of the year as far as we're concerned.
There's no mystery to it. A couple named Hawthorne built this house and furnished it.
Mm-hmm.
A bank, your present landlord, bought it from them just before the end.
What do you mean, just before the end?
One night, Elsie Hawthorne was found sitting at that desk chair with a bullet through her head. And her husband, Bob, was found on the floor beside her, poisoned to death.
Oh, that's horrible.
But what happened? Why did they do it?
Did they kill each other?
So the coroner surmised. Elsie poisoned Bob's drink, but he killed her before the poison took effect.
But that's why people avoided the place.
Oh, it's pretty bad. Oh, well, things like that will happen.
They must have both gone out of their minds.
No. There's no indication that either of them was insane. I saw them both only the day before the murder. If they were crazy, they didn't show it.
But what was the motive?
There was no motive.
Oh, that's impossible.
Every crime has a motive. A man or a woman may kill for money or out of passion. If they kill for any other reason, it's plain insanity.
They had a reason, but no one ever found out what it was. The reason had something to do with this house.
How do you mean?
I can't explain it because I don't know. But once or twice I detected a note of fear in Elsie Hawthorne's voice when she spoke of the house. A fear she never explained.
But what was there about the house that frightened her?
It's a perfectly charming place. We've been all through it.
I can only tell you this, Mrs. Bellows. Something about this house drove those two young people to kill each other. I hope that you never discover what that something was.
Oh, thank goodness she's gone.
Did she worry you, Cora?
She annoyed me. She didn't have to make such a movie mystery out of the story. There's two poor people. Now she's writing a whodunit around them just to amuse herself.
I don't know. She seemed to be so sincere.
I noticed you were impressed with her sincerity every time you looked at her legs.
Oh, now, darling.
Yes, I'm jealous, Ted. I'm jealous of every woman you meet. Especially the gorgeous ones like Eve Lawler.
Oh. What could it have been? What could have made those two people murder each other?
Ted, I don't know, and I don't care. All I can say is that Mrs. Hawthorne had excellent taste, and I'm crazy about her house.
Have you really been all through it, Cora?
Well, almost. While you were at work, I went through most of the stuff upstairs in the rooms we don't use.
Find anything?
No. What would you expect me to find?
I don't know.
She's got some very interesting things here. They're anything but creepy.
What about that desk?
Oh, it's locked.
Haven't you tried to open it?
Ted, why should I want to open it? I use the desk in our bedroom.
I just thought you might have been curious.
Well, even if I wanted to open it, I couldn't. I don't have the key.
I could force it open with a knife.
I have no right to do that. It doesn't belong to us.
I guess you're right. Well, let's forget about it.
Ted?
Yes?
Have you ever noticed the color of this room?
Noticed it? Sure.
Oh, what color are the walls?
Brick red.
No, they're not. You look again.
It's funny. If you keep staring at them, the color seems to run. I mean, the shade changes.
Yes.
Oh, it's just the way the light comes in through those windows, that's all. The shadows it throws are deceiving.
I'm trying to think of what this color reminds me of.
It doesn't remind me of a thing. The color just seems to run, that's all.
That's it, Ted.
What is?
It's color running. Ted, a long time ago, I saw a man who was killed in an accident. He was just lying there in the street, Ted. These walls, they remind me of the blood that was running down his face.
turns very slowly for someone who watches the clock. And if you keep your eye on the hour hand, you'll find it moves with exasperating languor. And fear can enter into the mind with a sluggishness that is even less perceptive. But once there, it grows to a monstrous size with extraordinary speed.
Good evening. Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you ring.
I knocked. Evidently you were so busy you didn't notice. The door was open.
We have chimes, you know, and they work.
I never use those chimes.
Why not?
Because Bob Hawthorne hated them so. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Are you trying to force that desk open?
Well, I was just wondering what was inside. I don't have a key.
I don't think you'll find anything of interest. Bob doesn't use it very much.
You seem to know a great deal about the Hawthornes.
I saw them on and off for almost a year. We often played bridge together. Elsie was a very interesting woman.
Yes, I imagine she was.
You probably admired her interior decorating.
I think it's charming.
Elsie had a reason for everything, and she picked up some interesting souvenirs. She had a preoccupation with death.
How do you mean?
Everything was a symbol to her. Those vases, for example, on the fireplace mantel. Do you know what they mean?
Why, no. They're Indian, aren't they?
Mayan. The figures portray a sacrificial ceremony. This figure over here is a Mayan chieftain, and this is the sacrificial victim.
But what is he doing?
Tearing her living heart out.
That's very interesting, if just a bit barbaric.
Some of us are no more civilized today. There are more ways than one to tear the heart out of a woman. Is Ted at home?
Ted?
I mean, your husband.
No, he hasn't returned from work yet.
I run into him very often in the morning.
Do you?
Yes, we've met on the train going into town.
I see.
Your husband is very handsome, Mrs. Bellows.
Lots of women seem to think so.
He's almost as good looking as Bob was.
You seem to have been very fond of Bob Hawthorne.
He was very nice. I'm sorry you couldn't get that desk door open. I'm a little curious myself now to see if there's anything in it that may have belonged to Bob.
Well, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to bother with it anymore.
Well, I'll be on my way. Please do run in to see me sometime. And bring your husband with you.
Say, what's the matter with you tonight, Cora?
Oh, nothing, dear.
You've been sitting in that chair for hours, staring at the walls. Why do you keep glancing at that desk all the time?
Ted, let's open it.
Open it?
Yes, I tried to force it open myself this afternoon, but I couldn't. Will you try it?
What for? I thought we gave up the idea.
Ted, I've simply got to see what's inside that desk drawer. I'll get you a screwdriver and a hammer.
Now, wait a minute.
Right here in the kitchen.
Oh, but Cora, we can't damage someone else's property.
I'll have it refinished at our expense. Here you are, dear.
I don't like this.
Go ahead, Ted, please.
Oh, all right. Now look what I've done. I've busted the lock completely.
Ted, open it.
There's nothing much in here. Just a couple of bills, and a fountain pen, and this.
What is it?
Well, it looks like a locket.
It's inscribed, "To Bob until death do us part."
Well, his wife probably gave it to him.
Let's see what's inside. Can you open it?
I think so. There we are.
It's a lock of hair. Blonde hair.
It must have been Mrs. Hawthorne's.
No, it couldn't be.
Why not?
I found an autographed picture of Elsie Hawthorne in the attic. She was a brunette.
She was?
But Eve Lawler is a blonde.
Cora, honey?
I'm in the living room, Ted.
How's everything?
About the same.
I'm sorry I was late tonight. I expected to be home at 9.
It's midnight.
Did I worry you?
No. I knew you were in good company.
What?
You saw Eve Lawler this evening.
Well, yes.
She even walked you up the road. I saw you separate through the window.
We met on the train.
Oh, never mind the excuses. I know just what they are. They've been said before, as Elsie Hawthorne found out.
Cora, what in the world is wrong with you? Surely you don't think...
I found Elsie Hawthorne's diary, Ted. I've started to read it. Listen. In the beginning, it was innocent and unimportant. Later on, it grew.
And what grew?
Bob's friendship for another woman.
Now, listen to me, Cora. You've been acting pretty queerly lately. Are you sure you're all right?
Why? Would you like to send me to a psychiatrist? Would you like to do what Bob Hawthorne tried to do, get his wife into a mental home?
Cora!
Oh, forgive me, Ted. I don't know what's come over me. It must be this house. And that diary. It's frightful.
Cora, for heaven's sake.
Don't say any more. Just forget it and go to bed. Oh, Mrs. Benner, you asked me to pay you a visit, so I have. May I come in? I'm rather busy right now. Oh, are you? Couldn't we make it some other time? Yes, of course. Oh, and would you do me a favor? If I can. You might tell my husband that I'll be out for the evening. Your husband? Yes. You see, I happen to know that he's inside.
Cora? Cora?
Well?
Cora, it's after 2.
What about it?
Oh, honey, I've been waiting up for you all night. I wanted to explain.
No explanations are necessary, Ted.
I guess I should have told you that I intended to see Eve.
No. So it's Eve now, is it?
Well, it was all a perfectly innocent thing, Cora. I merely dropped in.
Ted, I can stand for almost everything, but there's one thing I won't tolerate.
What's that?
A liar. Good night. I feel it's time to do what Elsie did and put my thoughts down on paper. So, I'm keeping a diary. And in this diary will be found my thoughts, my hate, and my fears. Ted sees her often now, but he thinks I don't know. Heaven knows what they're plotting between them, and how great her influence has become on my husband. For it was Eve Lawler who came between Elsie Hawthorne and her husband. And it was Eve who drove them both to their deaths. I'm sure now. I'm sure they mean to kill me. I have money in my own right, like Elsie had. Eve tried to sink her claws into Bob Hawthorne, but Elsie spoiled her plans. Now, Eve has made fresh plans, which include Ted and me. I've got to protect myself. But what can I do? I've got to put an end to all this now, before it's too late. Tonight.
Cora.
How did you get in here?
Why, I saw the light under the door.
What do you want?
You're ill, Cora.
I'm all right. You leave me alone.
I asked you to see a doctor.
I don't need a doctor.
I think you do. Cora, I want to give up this house.
Why?
Because it's no good for either of us.
You've got another reason.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have. Eve Lawler must have put you up to it. Why? Why?
As a matter of fact, I did see Eve, and she told me... Well, let's not talk about that now. It's late, and I want you to get some sleep.
I can't sleep tonight.
I'm going to make sure you do. I want you to take these pills.
I knew it.
Cora.
I was waiting for that to happen, and now it has. You want to poison me. You want to kill me.
Cora, for heaven's sake, it's just a sleeping
pill. You planned it between you. I know you have. You planned it the way she planned it with Bob Hawthorne, the way else you suspected. It's all in her diary, and it's all in mine.
Cora, put that lamp down.
Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Do you hear?
Cora! Hey!
And let it burn. If I die, you'll die with me. Let it burn. Let it burn.
Cora, darling, wake up.
Ted.
I had to knock you out to get you away from the house.
But the house is on fire.
You threw that lamp at me. Don't you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Cora, you don't know what I've been through since you've been acting this way. I tried to explain so many times that there was nothing between Eve and me. I saw her only because I wanted her to tell me the facts about the house. And then when I saw you were jealous, I kept it from you to avoid more trouble.
Ted, is that the truth?
That's the truth. Eve lied when she said there was no motive to the Hawthorne murder. There was another woman, A woman who disappeared. It was her hair you found in that locket.
Why didn't you tell us that?
Because the woman was never found, and Eve was afraid she'd be suspected. It took me a long time to get that out of her, but she finally confessed, and now she's moving away, and so are we.
The house completely influenced you.
Yes.
Somehow I feel as though everything I feared, everything I hated is burning through.
The roof's gone, Cora. The house is practically in ashes.
And so are those horrible thoughts I've had. The house gave them to me, Ted. It was like living in a crazy dream in that place.
If a minute is lost, or an hour, it cannot be found again. No detective in the world is clever enough to locate lost time. But when our peace of mind is momentarily gone, it can be located and restored to its proper place once more to remain with us, perhaps forever.
The Clock will be heard again next week. Lawrence Clee writes it and Hart McGuire narrates it. As Ted and Cora, we heard John Bonney and Dinah Shearing. Others were Muriel Steinbeck and Neva Carr-Glynn. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please Agatha. I gave up my painting and tried business after business and failed in every venture. Now I can't go on any longer. I'm through.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of the Alibi. Poor Henry Farrington paces the library floor. Through his mind run the events of the past 20 years, from the day when he married the wealthy young widow Agatha Durant. Henry hadn't $1 of his own then, nothing but charm. He still hasn't $1 of his own, and now very little charm. Henry was a struggling artist, but Agatha was a businesswoman and was determined to make Henry a businessman. And Henry had tried hard. Agatha backed him in venture after venture, bossing him, completely dominating his every moment. But Henry experienced nothing but failure, and gradually Agatha's love turned to disgust. And now, 20 years later, his artistic talent long since vanished, he realizes what a wreck Agatha has made of him.
What are you doing in here, Henry?
Morning, Agatha.
I said, what are you doing?
Why, I'm just thinking.
That's what I thought. What are you doing with the lights on in the daytime?
Why, it's cloudy this morning. A bit dull in here.
You don't need lights to think. Turn them out.
Yes, Agatha.
Are you going to do nothing but mope around again today?
What do you want me to do?
Do you know what day this is?
Why, no. What day is it? Perhaps I've forgotten.
You'd forget your head if it weren't tied on. It's the 1st of the month. You go into town and collect the rent on the store buildings.
Very well, Agatha. Shall I deposit it in the bank?
No. Bring it back here. And hang on to it. You lost it last time. Or so you said.
I did lose it.
You need a nursemaid to follow your every move.
You've done a pretty good job of it.
Did you order the garden hose yesterday?
No, I forgot it. I had a lot on my mind.
Yeah? What's bothering you now?
Well, I've got a chance to get in on a pretty good deal. I need some money.
What kind of a deal?
Well, it's an oil lease deal.
Who with?
Joe Hammond. A 50-50 proposition.
Joe Hammond? You know better than to talk to me about Joe Hammond.
He's done pretty well.
Yes, for himself. Double-crossed everybody he ever came in contact with.
He's a good lawyer.
You mean he was? Good thing I caught up with him and had him disbarred. He'd have stolen every dime I have.
It only takes $2,000.
$2,000? Add up all the thousands I've given you to put over business deals, and you'd have a fortune. You haven't an ounce of business sense in your whole body.
I never said I had. That was your idea. You started me on my business career, and you can take the consequences.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going in on that deal. I need $2,000. And one way or another, I'm going to get it.
I wish I knew what you mean.
You'll know later.
Where you going?
Into town to collect the rents.
You better bring it back with you.
I will, Agatha. I'll bring the rent and...
And what?
And the hose. Of course. Good morning, Agatha.
Threatening me. Well, I'll soon fix him.
Agatha stands staring after him. Terrible thoughts race through her mind. Thoughts of fear, disgust, hatred, money, death, revenge. Her head begins to whirl. She can scarcely breathe. Her eyes bulge in terror, and she clutches at her heart, her throat.
Higgins!
Higgins, the butler, rushes in, realizes at once that Agatha has had another of her heart attacks, carries her to the Davenport, gives her a dose of her stimulant, and calls Dr. Johnson.
I heard her call to me, but she was unconscious when I reached her, Dr. Johnson. I gave her some of her heart medicine.
And I don't remember her having one of these attacks for several months, Higgins.
She's had one a week for the last 4 or 5 weeks, Doctor.
Oh, dear. Well, she'll pull out of it in a few minutes. Her heart's in a terrible condition. She's been under some extreme emotional strain. Oh, yes. She's coming round now. Morning, Agatha.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Well, you haven't been eating enough apples.
Who sent for you? What happened?
Well, ma'am, you had another attack. I called Dr. Johnson.
Attack? Nonsense.
No, it isn't nonsense, Agatha. You've had one of the worst attacks you've ever had.
No.
Believe me, if you don't drop all this business worry and control your temper, well, you won't have many more.
Oh, bosh.
Tell me, what brought this on, Agatha? Some deal turn out badly? Lose little money someplace?
No, I didn't.
Oh, all right, Agatha. But I'm warning you, you'd better slow down, forget business, and control that temper. Do you realize what your blood pressure is?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, dear. Henry must have pulled a dilly.
Who said anything about Henry?
Oh, no. Take it easy, Agatha. You know, you're your own worst enemy. Well, I'll be running along.
Good.
Plenty of rest and quiet, and no temper. Goodbye, Agatha.
Goodbye.
Poor Henry walks around town for a half hour and finally gets up sufficient courage to see Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer.
Well, Henry, have you got the 2,000?
Well, no, that is not exactly, Joe.
When will you have it?
I can raise it, but it'll take a little longer than you gave me.
Now, look, Henry, I bought that lease and gave my check for 4,000. Your check bounced. You didn't have a dime and you knew it. Now I'm caught short because of you. And you'd better dig up the 2,000 or I'm turning it over to the county attorney.
I'll get it, Joe.
How will you get it?
I'll figure it out.
Did you ask your wife?
Yes. But she refused when I told her it was a deal with you.
Oh, you're a sap, Henry. You know she hates me.
I've told her she was all wrong about you.
I couldn't stand to be around a woman like that.
Sometimes I can hardly stand it myself.
I'd kill her.
What did you say?
I said I'd feed her ground glass. She's done enough to me. And if I had to put up with her as you have, well, I'd do something about it.
What would you do, Joe?
I'd wring her neck. I can't stand a bossy woman.
You'd kill her, would you?
Oh, well, I was just speaking figuratively. You tried hard, Henry. You've done your very best to be a successful businessman. It isn't your fault. So far, you failed, and she's sore about it. Left her entire fortune to her niece, a mere nitwit of a girl just out of school.
I know, but she took out a $50,000 policy payable to me.
Oh, what good does that do you? If you die first.
But she isn't very well, Joe.
She may live for years. You may bump off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, I doubt that. Nothing wrong with you that a bank account wouldn't fix. Is there?
No, I guess not.
She's got all the money she'll ever need. She's not in a jam. She's seen everything. And it'll all go to that niece. Except the insurance made out to you. That's payable in a few days, you know, after death.
Yeah?
I'm in a jam, Henry, and you're in a jam. You better start figuring some way out. I'll give you to the end of the week, Saturday at noon.
You mean you must have the money by then?
Oh, no, not necessarily money. Just some sort of assurance that you know where you can really get it.
I see.
Yeah. Well, think it over. And I'll always be around if you want any legal advice.
Thanks, Joe, for the extension. I'll be in touch with you.
Agatha is in her room now, sleeping. Her niece has come home from college, having graduated, and brings with her a young man. The two young people are waiting for the aunt to wake up.
Well, believe me, Janet, this is certainly a swell place. I had no idea it was like this.
I thought you'd like it, Grant.
I've never lived in a house with more than 6 rooms. This place must have at least 15.
More than that, darling.
Mm-hmm. Your Aunt Agatha certainly must have a lot of money to be able to keep a place like this.
She has. She has more than she knows what to do with.
What'd the butler say happened to her?
Oh, she had another attack. It's her heart. She has a terrible temper and pays no attention to the doctor's warnings about getting excited. According to Higgins, the doctor said he doubted if she could stand another like the one today.
Must be in pretty bad shape. Do you think she'll like me, Janet?
Why shouldn't she? I do. Oh, I warn you, she's a sour face and grouchy. But don't let her upset you. She'll get used to you. I love you very much, Grant. That's all that really matters.
I love you, Janet. More than anything in the world.
Your aunt will see you now, Miss Janet.
Thanks. Come along, Grant.
All right.
You wait outside the door. I want to talk to her first. I'll try to get her in a good humor.
Boy, this is a tense moment. I feel like I'm going before a judge.
Hello, Aunt Agatha. How do you feel?
I feel all right. How long have you been here?
Oh, about half an hour. Sorry to hear you had another attack today. You should take things more calmly.
That's easier said than done.
How's Uncle Henry?
He's in town. Good-for-nothing man.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
What do you know about it? Nothing.
Oh, I think I know Uncle Henry rather well.
All men are the same. I wouldn't trust one around the street.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Aunt Agatha,
Well, what's on your mind? What are you trying to say?
I have a surprise for you.
Surprise? What do you mean?
I brought a guest home with me.
A guest? Least you could do was warn me. Who is she?
It isn't a girl.
Who, then?
Just a minute. Come in, Grant. Aunt Agatha, this is Grant.
Grant? Grant who?
Grant Collins. I'm very happy to meet you, Mrs. Farrington.
What's he doing here?
He's going to stay here for a while.
Why?
Well, because I asked him to.
Well, I didn't ask him.
But, Aunt Agatha, you don't understand.
I understand, all right. And I don't need any explanations. Is this an example of what you've been doing at college, running around with men?
Well, this is different. Grant is more than just a friend.
I have enough trouble around here now, without taking on any more. You'll have to leave at once.
You don't know what you're saying.
I certainly do.
Perhaps I can explain
You
it.
keep out of this. This doesn't concern you.
I'm afraid it does concern him, Aunt Agatha.
Well, who is he? Where'd you meet him? What does he do?
Well, I'm just an ordinary person. I haven't come from any great family, if that's what you mean. And I haven't any money.
What's your business?
Well, I haven't any regular line. I've done a lot of things. But I'll hit on something.
Another one. Just like Henry. You ought to have more sense than that, Janet.
But I love Grant.
Nonsense.
And I love Janet.
Young man, you better leave this house before I lose my temper. I'm not going to have my niece throwing herself away on a nobody. Now get out.
Just a minute, Aunt Agatha. This is my home, too. Grant is here at my request.
Is that so? Your home, eh? It's your home only so long as I choose to make it so. You're my heir, but if you dare to defy me, I'll change that quicker than you can bat an eye.
Oh, you're jumping to conclusions. After you get to know me better, I think you'll like me, Aunt Agatha.
Aunt Agatha? What do you mean by Aunt Agatha?
I'm your nephew.
Did you say nephew?
Yes, he did. Grant and I are married.
Married?
We were married today.
How dare you? How dare you do such a thing without
Now,
consulting
please,
me?
Aunt Agatha, don't let yourself get excited.
Get out of here. Get out.
But please, Mrs. Farrington, give me a chance to explain.
This marriage will be annulled immediately, Janet, or I'm through with you. Do you hear? I'll change the will and leave you nothing. It's final. Now get out. Get out, both of you, and leave me alone. Get out.
Come on, Grant. Let's leave her alone before she has another attack.
What do you think we should?
I'm all right now. Leave me alone.
Say, I never expected anything like this.
Neither did I.
She certainly is in a bad way.
Yes, I didn't realize it was quite this serious. She's in a terrible mental state.
Well, this is a pretty situation for us.
Well, I don't want you to leave, darling. You'd better wait a few days until she's better. There must be some way to win her over.
I hope you're right.
I'll have a talk with Uncle Henry. Something's happened to cause all this. I'll find out as soon as he comes in. Now, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right.
I hope so. I'll just keep out of her way for a few days and see what develops.
Now, long after dinner, Uncle Henry sits alone in the library, deeply lost in thought. On the desk before him is a small calibered revolver. His fingers toy with the weapon. And as the door opens, he slips the gun into his desk drawer. Janet closes the door and steps into the room.
Uncle Henry.
Huh? Oh, come in, Janet.
I wanted to talk with you alone.
Talk with me? Very well.
What is your opinion of Grant?
Why, I like him. Fine boy.
Do you suppose it would do any good if you talked to Aunt Agatha?
You know as well as I do how she feels about me. And in her eyes, Grant is an exact counterpart of me. She thinks it's the same situation over again. And she's determined that you won't have to put up with a failure as she did with me.
But how does she know he'll be a failure?
I'm her yardstick for all men without means.
What happened today to cause the heart attack?
Her violent temper.
There must have been a reason.
Yes, Janet, there was. I had a deal on, and I needed $2,000. She flew into a rage and had the attack after I left the house.
What on earth are we going to do about her?
I don't know, Janet. As for me, well, I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please her. Now, well, I just can't go on any longer. I'm through.
What do you mean?
Just that. There's nothing left for me now. I'm too old to try anything new. Too old to go back to my painting, and Agatha is becoming more resentful every day. I'm late.
Uncle Henry, are you trying to tell me that you're planning something?
Planning something, my dear? What do you mean?
You mustn't, Uncle Henry. Regardless of how you feel, there's still much to live for.
Is there?
You've always been so kind and good to me. I just couldn't stand it if you were to...
No, please, darling. I'm much older than you. I just see things differently, that's all. And it's been terrible lonely in this house since you've been gone. Now it'll become lonelier and lonelier, filled with hatred and greed and resentment, and I couldn't stand it.
Promise me you won't do anything foolish.
Janet, whatever I do will be for the best. Please believe me. Everything will come out for the best.
Around 12 o'clock that night, Janet, Grant, and Henry go to their rooms, and the big house settles down to sleep. Then, 2 hours after midnight, Agatha stirs uneasily in her bed. An eerie figure in white stands beside her. She opens her eyes.
Well, who's there?
I want you, Agatha Farrington.
Aunt Agatha! Good heavens. Brian, Uncle Henry, hurry!
What happened? I heard a scream. Janet, what was it?
There's the medicine. Give her a dose.
I'll rub her wrists. Oh, she's as cold as ice.
What on earth could have happened? A nightmare?
She's had quite a shock.
Her pulse is fairly strong.
She's coming to.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you screamed. You had fainted when we got here.
Yes. There was someone in this room. I saw it.
Saw what?
I don't know what it was. It was a figure in white.
Auntie, you must have had a nightmare.
Maybe so. It could have been a nightmare, but it seemed so real.
Look. The window to the balcony is open. Did you open it, Aunt Agatha?
No, I never keep it open.
Look outside, Grant.
You mean it might have been a burglar? My diamonds.
It could have been a burglar. And your scream frightened him away.
Look in the box in the drawer.
I did. They're all here. Not a sign of anyone outside.
Do you feel better now?
What's happened, ma'am? Anything wrong?
No, Higgins, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right. And lock that balcony window.
Now it is the next night. Uncle Henry is sitting alone at the desk in the library, lost again in a deep study. Grant and Janet are in the living room.
You really think it might have been a prowler last night, Grant?
Well, I don't know. The window was open. It could have been.
I'm inclined to think it was nothing more than a nightmare. She's been so upset lately.
Well, if it was a burglar, he didn't get anything.
Well, that's true. And he might try it again.
If he does, he's liable to get a good scare.
What do you mean?
This.
Grant, where did you get that revolver?
Out of my trunk.
Oh, please, Grant, I don't like guns. Let them take what they want. If you start shooting, they're liable to shoot back. Besides, jewels can be replaced.
Now, don't worry, darling. I couldn't shoot anyone if I tried. Anyway, there are no bullets in it.
Then what good is it?
Well, it's a little .32 I use in school for a starting gun. It has nothing but blanks in it. Yeah, see? It won't hurt anyone, but it'll give them a good scare.
Well, blanks or no blanks, I don't like guns around.
Now, don't worry, darling.
Oh, good heavens, it's 7:30. I better get dressed or we'll be late for the Morrison party.
Oh, yeah, you better hurry. I'm all ready. I want to see about the car. Oh, Higgins.
Yes, sir. Come in, sir. I was just having a little coffee and a bite to eat. Would you care for anything, sir?
No, thanks. Did Rollins check my tires and gas?
I did, sir. Rollins and the others are all off tonight. I put your car in front.
Oh, thanks.
Excuse me, sir. The Farrington residence? Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Hammond. He's dozing in the library. I'll get him. What? Oh, I see. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Joe Hammond wants Mr. Farrington to come over to his place this evening. I'll tell him. Excuse me, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
Oh, no. I'll be running along in a few minutes. By the way, since Mr. Farrington's going out, you'd better look in on Mrs. Farrington once in a while.
Oh, I will, sir.
So Grant and Janet drive to the Morrisons' estate to attend a charity lawn party. And Henry goes to talk things over with Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer who holds Henry's bad check. Then toward midnight, the lawn party breaks up and Grant and Janet return home.
Well, that was a wonderful party, Grant. I never saw so many people. Friends I haven't seen for 4 years. I was thrilled to death.
Yes, it was quite an affair. I wonder how much they raised. Good many thousands, I imagine. And did that red-headed gal sell war bonds?
I'll run up and see how Aunt Agatha is. I'll be right down.
Right. I think I'll have a nightcap. Want one?
No, thanks.
Hello, Grant.
Oh, hello.
Party over already?
Yeah, big affair. Had a great time.
I got to talking business with Joe Hammond, and first thing I knew, it was almost midnight.
Grant, call Dr. Johnson.
What? Janet, what is it?
Aunt Agatha. Come quickly, Uncle Henry. Call Dr. Johnson, Grant. You can't get him. Call the emergency hospital. Get a police ambulance.
I'm still trying to get Dr. Johnson, Janet.
Never mind, Grant. Police surgeon says we won't need Dr. Johnson.
Did he pull her out of the attack?
No. He couldn't do a thing for her. She was dead when they got here.
Good heavens. Well, she must have had a severe attack.
Well, you see, Grant,
Just a minute, folks. I'd like to ask a few questions, and I'd prefer that you didn't carry on any conversation with each other.
No conversation? Well, what's he mean, Janet?
Never mind. I'll get around to that. Take all their fingerprints, Davis, while I'm talking.
Yeah, Captain.
Yep. I demand an explanation. What do you mean, fingerprints?
How long have you known Janet Farrington?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
Where did you meet her?
At a dance, a party.
Did you know all about her? Who she was, her family?
Certainly.
What do you know about him?
well, I just knew I loved him, and that was enough.
I take it your financial condition is not so good, Grant.
Well, no, I haven't any money, but what's that to do with it?
Did Agatha Farrington object to your marriage?
Yes, she did. She threatened to change her will unless we had the marriage annulled, but...
Did you care whether that happened, Grant?
Well, certainly. I didn't want Janet to lose her inheritance. What are you getting at?
Grant had nothing to do with it, I tell you. I know what you're inferring, and it's ridiculous. Grant didn't marry me for my money.
What's this about prowlers around the house?
Well, we aren't sure there were prowlers. Agatha claimed someone was in her room last night. The window was wide open, but we aren't sure about it.
It was a nightmare.
Well, she did keep some jewelry in her room, and from the looks of the room, someone certainly went through it thoroughly.
Who knew about where she kept the jewelry?
Why, all three of us knew. And Higgins the butler knew about it.
Where's Higgins?
Why, I never thought of that. Probably in his room. I'll look. Higgins! He's unconscious.
Yeah. He's been blackjacked.
Higgins! Farrington, what's wrong?
Who slugged you?
Slugged me? Why, I've been asleep.
That's what you think. Feel the bump on your head.
Good heavens.
Did you hear any shots tonight?
Shots? No, I was in my room. I must have dozed off in the chair.
Then it must have been a burglar.
What goes on here? Anyone would think you were trying to cook up a murder.
No, Grant. The murder's already been done.
What?
Yes. Mrs. Farrington was shot in the chest. Twice.
Shot? But that's not possible. Shot?
Here you are, Captain. We found this gun in the young fellow's room. It's been fired twice.
Oh, this is silly. That's a starting gun. Nothing but blanks in it.
Who fired it?
What? I haven't the slightest idea.
All right, Davis. Take the gun and the bullets from Mrs. Farrington's body and have ballistics check on them. Well, young fellow, according to the ballistics test, the bullets that killed her were fired from your gun.
But it isn't possible, I tell you. My gun had nothing but blanks.
And there were no fingerprints but yours. I'm afraid you're stuck with this deal.
No, please, listen.
I couldn't have done it.
You had a motive, a gun, and an opportunity. And furthermore, you left that party for a half hour tonight. We checked on it. We have a witness who saw you leave.
All right, what if I did? My gun has blanks in it. Oh, please believe me. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing. I couldn't.
You killed Mrs. Farrington, and you might as well admit it.
I didn't. I didn't shoot her. I swear I never touched her.
I can't stand by and see an innocent person suffer for this. The boy didn't do it. I did it. I had a better reason. I planned it. I'd have enough of Agatha, and I was caught in a jam. I did it to get the insurance she left me. I was desperate. I came back and slugged Higgins while he was asleep, shot Agatha, and left the house.
I don't believe you. You're trying to cover up for him, but it won't hold water. We've got him dead to rights.
But I couldn't have killed her. I only wanted to scare her.
What? Go ahead.
Nothing.
Then you did come back here. Spill it.
Well, all right, I did come back.
Grant, what are you saying?
I had the gun, but there were nothing but blanks in it. I doped Higgins' coffee before I left the house. I came back and went to her room. I fired the blanks.
Why?
Well, I knew she had a weak heart. I figured the shot would bring on her death. I was the figure in her bedroom. I couldn't see Janet lose her fortune, but I didn't want to give her up.
Grant, how could you? I can't believe it.
I tell you, I came back and shot her. If he fired blanks, then I must have fired the bullets that actually killed her.
Look at his gun. Real bullets in it.
What? Why, they are bullets.
Where's your gun, Farrington?
Here.
Open it.
Great Scott. Why, they're blanks.
That settles it. Come on, young fella. We've had enough talk about this. The evidence is all against you.
Yes, Grant. The evidence is all against you. And nothing can save you now. Try as he might, Henry can never convince anyone that he planned to kill Agatha. Although it is true he did come back and fire at her, just as you did, Grant. But it was definitely you and your gun that fired the fatal bullets. Of course, I know what you're wondering. How did the real bullets get in your revolver? You know, don't you, Janet? Tell us what happened.
I saw Uncle Henry put a revolver in his desk as I stepped into the library that night. I was afraid he was going to kill himself. When Grant showed me his gun with the blanks, I switched the shells in their guns to keep Uncle from committing suicide. You see, I never dreamed that Grant had a plan afoot to cause my aunt's death by mental murder.
There you are. Another tale of greed and revenge and hatred, all unraveled as neatly as you please.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and comes to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Sketch for a Screenplay. I got to thinking this afternoon about Hollywood. There's a lot of people who don't care much about Hollywood, and I suppose they got a right to feel any way they wanted. But me, I always sort of liked the place. Not Hollywood, the town especially, but what people in pictures think of as Hollywood. All the way out to Fox and Metro and the Selznick lot. All the way back to Paramount and RKO and Columbia. Out to the Valley to Universal and Warner's and Republic. All Hollywood, the picture people. Even Hollywood itself. I wonder if the loafers still clutter up the sidewalk outside the It on Vine Street. I wonder if the hardest working newsboy in the world is still on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. Wonder if Roland's still at the parking lot back of the Equitable. And that bartender at the Derby that always used to put the bite on you for $50. Hollywood Boulevard at Christmas time. Santa Claus Lane with the gold and silver trees and the lights. And in the summer, when it's 11 o'clock in Hollywood, but it's 3 o'clock in New York, that makes it time to have a bottle of Carte Blanc in the bamboo room. Yes, you get quite sentimental over Hollywood. Especially when you're not there. And you're not ever going back. I got to thinking about a screenplay this afternoon when I was thinking about Hollywood. No, it isn't written. I doubt it ever will be written. But I amused myself all afternoon thinking about it. Walking over to Harry's office with a batch of pages under my arm that Lillian had just typed up all nice and neat on the yellow paper. Maybe Milk Grocer Norman Foster would be strolling back to the writer's building, griping about changes their producer wanted, and bring it back at 3 o'clock, boys. Then Harry would be sitting there with his feet on the big desk, drinking Coke. How many times? How many times? So sit down in a big easy chair with the light in your eyes. And after a while, Harry finishes his Coke and takes his feet down and shuts his eyes.
All right, what you got, Fred?
I just got a few pages, Harry, just the opening, you see. Only a few scenes, but I think it sets the mood of the thing.
Go ahead, let's hear it. Read it to me.
All right. Long shot, the Chateau Park, summer, day. shooting from a height toward the chateau itself, which stands at the edge of the woods where the low hills rise against the horizon. In the foreground, near a formal garden in the center of which a fountain plays, is a marble statue of a Greek goddess. And through the trees behind the chateau, we can dimly see other sculptured figures. The chateau itself is huge, gray, many-windowed, and its conical turrets rise bravely against...
Okay. Everybody knows what a French chateau looks like. Go ahead with the story. I gotta go to the barber shop.
A little breeze from the south moves restlessly through the branches of the trees, and the haze of midsummer is on the distant hills. And over the scene comes the sound of children at play.
Is this about kids?
Kids? I suppose it is, Harry. I suppose it is. I remember those summers, those long, happy summers when I was a child. The park and the chateau were magic places then. And when the twilight fell across the broad woodlands and the tiny lights sprang up in the tall windows above us, we used to sit, the three of us, and dream of Bayard and Roland and Du Guesclin and all the paladins of France with male ghosts who were very near to us in the gathering dusk. Paul.
And Roland blew his horn again and again, but the king was far away, and he did not hear.
And Madeline.
And Roland and all the army died in the pass of Roncesvalles, because King Charlemagne did not hear the horn of Roland.
No, Madeleine. They died, but Roland didn't die.
Well, the book says he died.
No, Roland did not die. Did he, Fred?
The colonel says he didn't die. The colonel says Roland lived forever.
Where is he then?
Roland waits for the day when France needs him. Then he will come.
And the colonel says if we listen on a night when there's no moon sometime, we can hear Roland sounding his horn. Maybe see the flash of his sword Durandal in the starlight.
Oh, do you believe that, Fred?
I don't know. Do you, Paul?
No, of course I believe that. I have heard the horn.
Oh, you dreamed it.
I have heard it.
It is nice to believe that.
About the horn?
About Roland living and being ready always to come to the aid of his people.
I would like that. I would like to live always.
Not forever, Paul. That wouldn't be fun.
Yes, it would. To help people when they've given up hope.
It would be fun that way, Fred.
I don't want to live forever.
Oh, I don't think anybody really wants to live forever. Not even Roland, maybe.
I remember that afternoon, the three of us under the great oak tree, and the sun red and gold beyond the hills. Children together in the good days before the great plague came out of the east and swallowed up the youth and happiness of France.
Is that all this thing's about, just kids?
Scene 36, close three shot, Madeline, Paul, and Fred. I'm wearing my going-away clothes, and in my hand is my valise carefully tagged with my name and destination. It's a year later and more. The first chill winds of autumn are sweeping the leaves from the trees in the park, and the frost has touched the flowers in the formal garden where we stand before the silent fountain. There are tears in Madeline's eyes, and a suspicion of them on Paul's cheeks. For this is goodbye again.
You will come back next year, won't you, Fred?
Of course you'll come back, Madeleine. Stop crying.
Stop crying, you said.
I am not.
Fred, I'll miss you.
You don't know how I'll miss you, Madeline. Paul.
Why can't we keep you here always?
My mother. You know.
I wish you could stay.
You'll come back, Madeleine.
Do come back, Fred.
I will, Madeline. I promise.
Go away, Paul.
Go away?
Please, Paul.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Paul.
Come back.
I'll come back.
We'll be waiting.
I know.
Till next summer, then.
Till next summer.
Fred, you won't forget us.
Never, Madeline.
We love you, Fred.
And I love you, Madeline.
Come back to us.
I'll come back to you, Madeline.
We'll wait, Fred.
You wait for me?
I'll be like Roland, Fred. No matter when you come back. 100 years from now. I'll be waiting.
And over the scene comes the sound of a distant horn. Not the distant horn of Roland, protector of France, but the strident horn of the motor car that was to take an American child away from the scenes of his happiest years and set him on his journey home. And as the two children embrace, wetting each other's faces with their tears, We fade out. And then I thought of the next few years. Fade in. New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty. Dissolve to a confused, tearful greeting at the pier. Close up. A preoccupied, garrulous mother. And close up, an embarrassed, preoccupied stranger called father. And moving shot, a train streaking westward in the night. And montage, a sad-eyed boy staring out of a train window, a fountain playing in a formal garden in the sunlight. Cone-shaped towers against an evening sky. A girl waving goodbye from the iron gates of a chateau in France. A giant figure in armor brandishing a golden trumpet. And on the soundtrack, distant, distant voices.
Come back, Fred.
We love you, Fred.
Come back.
100 years from now, I'll be waiting, Fred.
Let me see that script, Fred.
Go ahead. Read it, Harry.
Insert. Diploma from the University of Illinois. Know ye all men by these presents that Frederick Arthur, Bachelor of Arts, seal of the university. Full shot, city room, daily newspaper. As Fred enters the room, the camera follows him to the desk of the city editor, where he stops respectfully. The camera moves into a close two-shot of Fred and the editor. The editor at last looks up.
I was editor of the college paper my last year in school, and I did a column on sports for the Havana paper.
Dissolved to typewriter and hands at work. The camera moves into a close close-up, and we read...
By Frederick Arthur.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred at telephone.
All right, Senator, I'll see what I can do about it.
Dissolved to medium shot. Group at bar, favoring Fred. Fred raises his glass and drinks.
Here's to Hollywood, you unlucky people. Hollywood and $1 million a week writing movies.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred's hands at a typewriter. Dissolved to full shot. Carthay Circle Theater at night. With searchlights standing up into the sky at the premiere of Fred's first picture success. Great crowds of movie fans in the bleachers as the stars leave their cars and parade into the theater. Fred, in a brand-new dinner jacket surrounded by picture personalities, walks proudly into the theater. Insert the clock on the Utter McKinley building. The great brass pendulum swings back and forth relentlessly. Reminder of death and time.
And the image of the girl waving goodbye is dim. And her voice far away.
We love you, Fred. 100 years from now, I'll be waiting.
And an insert of the calendar that reads September 1939, and double exposed against it, marching men in gray uniforms, Stukas dive-bombing a road, and a man in a rumpled gray uniform howling at a mob, and voices shouting, Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Stock shot of the French tricolor being lowered. Newsreel shot of a man weeping in the street. Insert poster in a Hollywood office. The poster reads, Wanted for murder, Adolf Schickelgruber. Newsreel shot. 3 men in uniform before the Arch of Triumph in Paris. One with a little mustache, a fat man, a club-footed man. And they're smiling. Double exposure. Superimpose the face of a weeping girl. And over the picture, the sound of a horn. Echoing from the pass of Roncesvalles. And again, the face of a weeping girl beside a ruined, shell-torn chateau in France. And a word. One word.
Waiting. Waiting.
Now a stock shot of the studio gates closing from the outside and a quick montage of a raised hand, of a train full of soldiers in new, ill-fitting uniforms. A long line of men and a doctor with a needle. Marching men again, and a tower, and airplanes idling in a broad field. That was the old 501 at Lawson Field, the first of the airborne, the men who rode the storm. Bill Ryder and Bill Yarborough, first lieutenants, and Colonel Bill Lee and Bill Miley. Men with high jump boots and the curled-up wings of the paratrooper above the left blouse pocket. The tower, and hanging face down in your harness and sweating out the ground. And jumping from the mock-ups and learning how to land. Endless hours packing parachutes. And nights across the state line of Phoenix City, beer and shooting galleries, and the shout of Geronimo when the MPs showed up with the pickups. Sweating out the ground on the first jump. The jump master's voice over the roar of the plane. Stand up! Lock on! Checking the chute of the man next to you while the next man tried all the buckles, patted all the bulges on your pack. And the jump master again. Go! And the clatter of heavy jump boots on the metal floor and men flinging themselves into the green space outside. And the sudden emptiness of the plane. And then your hands against the side of the door and the jerk that set you spinning. And then silence. And the plane scudding away. And the all-alone feeling with nothing to hold you up but a canopy over your head. No heaviness, no weight, nothing. Freedom. And then the green earth rushing up at you and the sudden vision. The girl's face in the blue above you. And the ground and the chute dragging you till you yanked the bottom shrouds and it fluttered down. Behind you, Bill Ryder yelling, "Get out of that harness! You're infantry again!" And the good feel of a Tommy gun in your hands and the earth underfoot. And somewhere a horn calling you. And slowly, the scene fades out.
Long shot. Port of embarkation. Staten Island. Night. An ice-covered ferryboat struggles across the blacked-out harbor to the end of the pier, and soldiers hurry up the gangplank to the dimly lighted interior of the pier. A voice calls out a man's last name. He answers with his first name, and up the gangway to the bows of a ship. Jump boots on the companionway ladders. Jump boots dangling from the upper tiers of the bunks. Lights, warmth, and great pots of coffee. Dissolved to long shot, convoy, day. A dozen ships wallowing in the bitter North Atlantic swell and a grim gray cruiser standing hardly in their wake.
And a horn, sounding desperately across the heaving ocean. I sit in Harry's office as he reads the screenplay I dreamed of this afternoon. He looked up at last, but he doesn't see me in the easy chair with the light from the window in my eyes. I know what Harry sees. Harry sees the boy that looked like him. The happy, talkative kid that was Harry Jr. The boy that I last saw here in the office when he was talking about how USC was going to beat Notre Dame next Saturday. And I know what Harry's thinking of. He's thinking about a laughing, talkative young Marine corporal who made one too many landings with the Raiders. And the white Star of David out there on that island with a name nobody can pronounce. And Harry turns back to the screenplay and reads silently for a little while. And then he looks at me.
They won't go for war stories anymore, Fred.
And I don't say anything for a second. But I think. Yes, they will go for war stories, Harry. Yes, there's still a lot of people that haven't forgotten. Go on. Read the screenplay, Harry.
Long shot. An airfield in England. Night.
Yes, I remember that. C-47s as far as you could see. Clear night. The stars up there. Us in our jumpsuits, us with our Tommy guns, our knives, and our grenades. Waiting.
Close shot. Men loading in airplanes.
I remember that, too. I remember the floor of the plane cluttered with red packs of ammunition ready to dump out. They looked gray in the half-light. Men with sweaty faces climbing aboard and sitting down in the bucket seats side by side like people in the Wentworth Avenue street cover. not speaking, tightening their belts and sweating. Sweating out the takeoff.
Medium shot. Control tower.
I remember the green light flashing for the plane behind us as we passed the tower.
Long shot. Formation of airplanes in flight. And high above, more planes, and more. And the sound of them was the sound of doom. And the contrails from the planes above stretching out white against the stars like a dozen Milky Ways. Medium shot. Interior. Airplane. Night. The men stand up in the dark.
Stand up. Hook on. Check equipment. And the green light goes on from the cockpit. And nobody yells Geronimo, but out we go into the blackness below in night jump in wartime. And God knows what we'll find on the ground.
Close up. Paratrooper, door plane.
Close up with me as I brace my hands against the door jambs. The darkness is sickening and heavy below me. The sweat gleams on my face under the tight helmet. And I feel for the bearing in my emergency chute. The man in front of me trips and goes out wrong. Somehow the static line holds. He doesn't break free. The jump master snatches at the webbing with his knife and he's away. But when I jump, I'll be too far away from the rest, and the jump master yells at me to hold it, but he's too late. I'm imprisoned in the dark blackness between heaven and earth. Alone. Alone in the dark, and my heart bursting. I shouted in the darkness, but there was no answer. No answer but the muttering of the planes as they faded away into the night that wrapped itself around me like a cloak. And I gave myself up to die there in space. And I think I prayed. And I heard the sound of a horn blowing urgently. I crashed through the branches of a tree, and a greater blackness came over me.
Dissolve to medium shot. Forest, early dawn. From a tangle of underbrush, a man slowly rises to his feet. I got out of the parachute harness somehow. I was alone. And as I raised my head to reconnoiter... Close shot. German soldier. He lies half hidden behind a tree, and he is lowering his rifle after firing a shot. He waves to other soldiers off scene. Close shot. Paratrooper. The American throws himself behind a fallen tree. He peers anxiously through the bushes. Montage. German soldiers. In a series of short flashes, we observe German soldiers, rifles and machine guns poised, completely surrounding the American. Close shot. The American. He looks out from his concealment, searching the area carefully. Suddenly, there is the crackle of a twig, and he leaps to his feet, his Tommy gun at the ready. Yes, of course, Harry. You guessed it. A young man and a young woman. Paul and Madeline. That's too much of a coincidence, Fred. It was Paul and Madeline. Well, Fred?
We said we'd wait, Fred.
They have not changed much. In rough running clothes, they looked a little older, a little thinner. And the cross of Lorraine on their coats told me what they were.
We knew you'd come back, Fred.
Of course, old boy.
What can I say to you?
You might kiss me.
And I kissed her. And her lips were cold as ice. It was morning and the enemy lay close to us, and perhaps...
Oh, Fred, we have missed you so.
We needed you, Fred. And Paul took my hand and smiled at me.
You heard the horn of Roland, Fred.
I've heard it a great many times, Paul.
You have not forgotten how we talked about Roland.
No, I haven't forgotten it. How did you find me?
Don't you recognize the place, Fred?
Why, no.
This is the woods behind the chateau where we all live.
I wouldn't have recognized it.
Well, we played cowboy and Indians, Fred. Remember?
I remember.
Come, Fred, we have got to get you out of here.
Well, but...
The Germans? They can't hurt us, old boy. This is our home, don't you remember?
Follow us, Fred. This way.
Has it been... rough?
Yes. It has been rough, Fred.
Come, Fred. We must hurry.
Medium shot. The woods.
With the the three of us struggling through the lonely unkempt paths that once were clear and clean in the springtime. Paul ahead, then Madeline, then me. More and more pathways, some of them new, some of them mere traces of footprints through the woods. My two friends always ahead, always leading.
You came back.
Of course I came back, Madeline.
We knew you wouldn't forget us.
Come on. Come on.
Then I followed again. Twice I heard German patrols not too far away from us, but we went on and on, till I'd lost all sense of direction. And I said, "How much farther?" Paul stopped then.
This is as far as we can go with you, Fred.
But what... Well, what do I do now?
You came back to us, Fred. You will know what to do.
Well, no, but... Madeline.
Come, Madeline. Goodbye, Fred.
But Paul. Will I see you again?
Yes.
You'll see us again. Oh, Fred.
And Madeline kissed me. It was growing dark again, and the road that led past the chateau was directly in front of me. I knew my way from here. But Madeline kissed me in the twilight there. And again, I heard the distant call of the horn. And I turned away from her and went out. And she waved once when I looked back over my shoulder. And then she and Paul were gone. And I knew at last, Harry, why they couldn't go any farther with me. Read the next scene, Harry.
Close shot. Clearing. 2 graves with rude headboards. The camera moves in to a close-up and we read the inscription, Madeleine Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed by order of the German commandant. Paul Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed. You can't do that, Fred.
There's one more scene, Harry.
Camera moves up and over the 2 graves to a third. We read the inscription on this headboard. Private Fred Arthur, American parachutist, killed in a single-handed attack on the headquarters of the German commandant.
And over the scene comes the sound of children at play. Madeline and Paul and me.
Listen to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lotta Stavisky was Madeline. Paul was Frank Thomas. Harry was played by James Monks. The original music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is called Send Not to Know. It's a quotation that you already know half of. If you don't know the rest of it, you will next week.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
March is Red Cross time, the time when your American Red Cross asks your cooperation and support. The Red Cross has 3 major responsibilities this coming year: disaster relief and rehabilitation, a national blood program so that the whole blood and its derivatives may eventually be made available free to all, and services to veterans and their families. But Red Cross services will not end there. You'll find the Red Cross lending a hand in building up health and ensuring the safety of the community, teaching simple bedside care, bringing bringing the ways of good nutrition to expectant mothers, veterans' brides, the blind and the deaf, as well as others in the community. Teaching how to give temporary relief to the injured, how to rescue a person from drowning, how to avoid accidents common in everyday experience. These are traditional Red Cross services offered in your name. Remember, in all it does, the Red Cross depends on you. Give generously and give to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. This program comes from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is Raymond, your host. Welcome again to the Inner Sanctum. Come in, won't you? You'll have to excuse me for not getting up, but I have an awfully stiff neck. You see, I was out with a certain lady last night who collects very curious things. She spent the first half of the evening telling me how wonderful I am, but after that, well, it's one thing when a girl tries to turn your head. It's another when she tries to twist it off. Well, now let me invite you to come to the desert and hear the story of Desert Death. It's an original tale written by that spinner of surprise stories, Robert Newman. And our star tonight is Horace Graham. The desert. Eerie and mysterious at sundown. The sun sinking slowly in a purple haze. The cactus casting long and weirdly twisting shadows. The hot winds still. Silence over all. Driving fast, a dusty car comes down a narrow desert road. At the wheel is Dan Darrell, a rancher. Next to him is his Indian friend, Toby Priest.
Still worrying, Toby? Stop teasing me, Dan. You know I never did worry. I just told you what my people used to think it meant.
Used to think? Didn't you say we ought to postpone our trip into town today?
I did.
And when did you say it? Right after you saw them. 3 vultures flying together toward the sunset. That means 3 days. A bad omen for a journey. Hey. Look.
I see him.
What's the man doing out here in the middle of nowhere on foot? Anything the matter, stranger? Need any help?
You're very kind. Our car broke down and, well, we were in a bit of a spot. Didn't know whether anyone would be likely to come along here or not.
We? Oh, I didn't see your friend. Well, come in. We're going to Palo Verde.
We're glad to take you that far. Well, that's very decent of you. Thanks.
My name is Darrell, Dan Darrell. This is Toby Priest.
Well, I'm very happy to know you. I'm Richard. This is Brennan and Smith.
How do you do? Howdy. You're British, ain't you?
Why, yes. Clever of you to spot us. We're on our way out to the coast. One of those hush-hush missions. That's why it's so important we get into town.
Oh, sure. Which way'd you come? Medicine Creek or Route 12?
Why, Medicine Creek. It sounded more scenic. He's lying, Dad. You know that, don't you?
What makes you say that, Toby?
Use your head. He doesn't look. Mr. Darrow, surely it's considered rude to whisper in front of strangers, even here in America, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'm sure you will be. But first I must insist on knowing what you were saying.
Insist? What you mean, insist? This is my car, and this is
I know. A free country. But this is a gun. That's why I can insist. And now, will you tell me what you were saying? I was saying it, so I'll tell you. I said you were lying, that you weren't British at all. No? Well, then who are we? I think that you're Nazi prisoners who escaped from that camp up near Post City. Oh? And what makes you think that? First, none of your clothes fit you, so they're obviously not yours. Second, you said your car broke down, but there wasn't any car around. Third, you said you came by way of Medicine Creek, and that road's closed.
All right. Stop the car and let us get it over with.
You mean shoot them? Not so quick, Bernard. We can use them for a while yet. At least one of them.
What the devil do you mean?
Of course, your Indian friend is right. Very clever, too. But since I have a gun, you will take orders from me. Our first need is water. You have any in the car?
No.
And then we will have to find some.
Yeah? Where'd you expect to find water in the desert?
I told you we were Nazis, Darrow. I did not tell you that we were Rommel's men from the Africa Corps. That means we know the desert, any desert, better than anyone on Earth. Those hills off there to the left. Take the left-hand road at that fork there and head toward them. But do as I say.
How much further you want me to go up this wagon track?
Slow up. Isn't that, yes, the shack right next to the cliff. Stop.
Looks deserted, but there, next to it. Is that not a well?
It should be. Brenner, go see if there's any water in it.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
You two come with us. We'll go look at the shack. What is this place? Those terraces up there on the cliff.
A pueblo. Cliff dwellings. Centuries ago, my people lived in villages like this.
There is water in it, Herr Colonel. Even a bucket will get it off with.
Good. Come into the house. Match, Smith. From the dust, I'd say no one had been here for a good many years. Prospector's cabin, wasn't it?
Probably.
That means... there's what I want. Shovel.
What the devil do you want that for? Want to dig yourself a grave?
Yes, Darrow. That. But not for me.
Huh? What do you mean?
Precisely what I said. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable, and I will explain things to you.
I'll stand if you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. We Nazis are very objective, analytical people. We decided we needed a car to make our escaping. Now we have one. We also decided we needed someone to drive the car and get us safely across the border. That means we can use one of you. The other one will die.
You wouldn't dare.
My dear Darrow, outside of the thousands of men we killed in North Africa, who don't count, we killed at least 2 guards in making our escape. Do you really think one more death means anything to us? The only question is, which of you shall die?
This one here. He talks too much.
Well, that's not quite fair, Brenner. He's just, shall we say, less stoical than the Indian. On the other hand, I think that in the long run, he would probably prove easier to handle, less dangerous. That means that the Indian died.
What? Why, you...
Shut up, Thank you, Brenner. Smith, take the gun, the shovel, and our Indian friend, and watch over him while he digs his grave. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Of course, I personally would prefer a deeper grave, but that's up to you.
The depth is not important. The only thing that matters is that it faces west. That's why I dug it with the head against the cliff. An old tribal custom.
Very interesting. Similar to the Egyptians. But, of course, they believed in a life after death.
My people believe in a life after death also, Colonel. And in this case, I think I can promise that I will not rest easy in my grave.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You're this too, men from across the seas. Men with death in your hearts. For the evil you would do, evil will follow you like a hungry wolf. What is that?
What he just mentioned. A wolf. So you bury me deep. The earth will not hide me till you have paid for your crimes. Here where you have killed, here too will you die.
Now, Herr Colonel.
Yes, Brenner.
No. You can't. You.
Very good, Smith. I'll take the gun now. Fill in the grave, then meet us back at the cabin.
What a place. It's within Qatar.
I wish you'd sit down, Darrell, and stop staring out of the window.
You're worried about your friend. I buried him very nicely.
I'm not worried about him. I'm thinking about what he said before you killed him. I should think that you think about it, too.
Perhaps. We have had more curses played on us in more languages than you have hairs on your head.
What's that? Must be the wind.
No, it is different. More like some kind of musical instrument.
But there's no one around here but us. There hasn't been anyone living in those houses up on the coop for centuries.
It's just the wind, I tell you. But if you want to, go take a look.
Go take a look, I said.
Yeah, boy, it's too dark. There's too much sand blowing to see anything. But wait. We're near the foot of the cliff. There's something. It looks like... Eva, fuck. It's the Indian. She's lying there. Out of his grave.
Will you bury me deep? The earth will not hide me. But you have paid for your crime. Here where you have killed. Here, too, will you die. Just a moment later now. The three Nazis are still standing at the open door of the deserted cabin, staring out into the darkness. And the colonel turns sharp. Glad, yes.
What did that you said, Garrett?
I was just repeating what Silver said. Or you murdered him.
It's true, Herr Colonel. That's what he did say. The earth will not hide me. And there he is out of his grave, lying there.
Fine, Nazi, you are. A fine example of the Africa Corps. Listen to the ravings of a savage in the living. Smith, where did you bury the Indian? In the sand. Then this wind came along and blew the sand away. And that's all.
And that strange wind?
Another trick of the wind. But if it bothers you to see him lying there, go on out and bury him again. Deeper this time.
No, Herr Colonel, no.
That's an order.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
Mein Schmidt seems to be getting a bit rattled.
That's why I sent him out there. Nothing like facing a fear to overcome it.
Do you not think it is about time that Schmidt came back?
It's only been gone about 5 or 10 minutes. I told him to dig the grave deep this time.
I know, but I do not see him out there anywhere.
Well, how could you expect to when it's so dark and when the sand is blowing like that? Maybe we'd better go out and see what's taking so long. And you too, Mr. Darrell, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Ned! Ned, where are you? Idiot. Probably wandered off into the desert. Ned!
Look, the Indian, he's still lying there. He never did bury him.
That means Schmidt never even got over there. Must have lost his way right after we got outside. Schmidt!
I think you can save your breath, Colonel Overy. Not over here. You will.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Schmidt said.
Well, why are you looking at me like that, Werner? Exactly as I said. He lost his way in the darkness, the sandstorm, fell down the well.
Yeah, I guess that is what must have happened.
As for you, Mr. Darrell, since you discovered Schmidt, you shall have the pleasure of burying your friend the Indian again.
Jawohl, dear Colonel.
I'm sorry. I never did appreciate the American type of humor. Now get busy with that shovel.
They are just fun out. Well, it's easier for you to knock me down when my hands are tied. Not so easy for me to use a shovel.
Oh, I intend to untie you. But please remember always that I have a gun. And that Brenner and I have every intention of getting away from you. I'm happy to see that you've stopped pacing the floor and looking out the window, Mr. Darrow. That means you've stopped expecting something miraculous to happen that will save you.
Is that what you think it means?
Frankly, no. In fact, I think just the opposite. You're looking much more cheerful than before. You're thinking one of them is dead. Now it will be that much easier to get away. It really pains me to disillusion you. Schmidt was a sergeant. A fool. I can assure you that neither Brenner nor myself are going to be bothered by strange noises or tricks of the wind. Right, Brenner?
Of course not.
Good. And now, if we're to make an early start, I think we should get some rest. Brenner, you take the first watch and wake me at midnight. I advise you to get some rest, too, Darrow. Maybe you'll be able to dream of some way of escaping.
Thanks. I'm not sleeping.
You wish. Good night.
What a character.
He was one of the best soldiers in the Africa Corps.
Yeah? Where's Africa Corps now? Where are you? This isn't Africa, Brenner. This is America. This is a part of America where strange things happen. Things that even the Indians can't explain.
Indians. Ignorant savages. That devilish music again. Where does it come from?
I thought you said it was the wind. Or was it Ulrich that said that?
Must be the wind. It must.
Bury me deep. The earth will not hide me till you pay for your crimes.
What is that?
That was what Cora said just before you killed him.
Schmidt was first, Brenner. You will be next. I'm waiting, Brenner. Waiting.
You heard it, too?
Yeah. I heard it.
You're lying. You're lying, I say. You're just trying to frighten me. What? Who's trying to frighten you? What's going on? It is nothing here, Colonel. Just that music again. For a moment it sounded as if someone was calling my name.
Someone was calling your name, Brenner. A dead man. You know you heard it.
So, there it is again. You hear it? Just that same noise. The wind. Look, Ulrich. Look. That Indian is out of his grave again. How can you tell? It's too dark to see. But I know he is. I know it. I'm very disappointed in you, Brenner. You're losing your grip. Slipping. I'm sorry, Herr Colonel. It is just this place, the nervous tension, the mating. Just being sorry isn't enough. Here is a weakness. As much of a weakness as pity. You know that as Nazis we cannot tolerate either one. And you also know what you must do, don't you? No, Herr Colonel. No. You must face your fear and overcome it. You must go out there and prove to yourself that you are not afraid. That you've just been imagining things the way Schmidt did. What? But Schmidt was a fool. And he had an accident. You are an officer. And you will not have an accident. Now go ahead and convince yourself that this is all nonsense. Jawohl, Herr Colonel. But leave the gun with me. What's out there is imaginary, but Mr. Darrow is very real. If I didn't have a gun, he might get ideas. Jawohl, Herr Colonel. Here. We'll be back in a few minutes. You're looking at me very strangely, Mr. Darrow. Perhaps now you're starting to understand the fiber of the Nazi character. And perhaps now you're beginning to realize why you can never win this war. Because we allow nothing to defeat us or stand in our way. Any sign of weakness is ruthlessly stamped out. Hey, God, what's that?
Sounded to me like Brenner.
Outside, quick. And don't try to get away or I'll shoot you down in your tracks.
Okay. Which way?
Across the cliff, where we buried the Indians. That's where he went, and... What's that over there?
My guess is that it's your friend, Brenner. Maybe you better make sure.
It is Brenner. Dead. Strangled.
So it was all imagination, huh? Just face your fear and overcome it. Aren't you feeling just a little frightened, Colonel?
Yeah. No. There's some rational explanation for everything that happened. Look. The Indian. He is out of his grave again. And that's the antler. He wasn't dead. But this should take care of him. There. And you will notice that even at a moment like this, I look ahead. 1 shot before and 4 now. That still leaves 1 bullet for you, if it should prove necessary.
You think of everything, don't you?
Yes, my friend, everything. Now get into that car. We're not going to wait until morning. We're leaving here right now.
I thought you had everything figured out. You weren't frightened.
What's that?
What's what?
That noise, that music. It's like the music we heard after we killed the Indians.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, but you must hear it. You must. Listen. It's coming from over there.
For the evil you have done, evil will follow you like a hungry wolf. Though you bury me deep, the earth will not hide me till you have paid for your crimes.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it?
Yeah. I heard it.
Here where you have killed, here too will you die.
No. You're dead. You're dead, I tell you. I killed you.
First Schmidt, then Brenner, now you.
But you're dead, I tell you. And the dead don't speak. I can't be really hearing you unless... Mad. No. I can't let that happen. I can't. There's one way. The Nazi way. A way to fool you all. This is why you'll never beat us. Never. Never.
Toby! Where are you?
Over here. At the foot of the cliff.
Are you all right? That first bullet creased my head. I was already dropping by the time he fired. Outside of that, I'm all right.
Figured that was what had happened. When Schmidt went down the well. I knew it was an accident.
I was pretty happy that it was you that buried me the second time. That you put my face against the cliff. Left a hole for me to breathe. The first time, well, it was pretty tough until the wind blew the sand off.
Yeah, but what about when he shot you again? That ungodly music.
It wasn't me who shot that second time. It was Schmidt. I pulled his body out of the well. I figured that in the dark, no one would be able to tell the difference. As for the music, that's why I dug the grave here. You see these holes here in that cliff? My people drilled them centuries ago. The wind blows through them. Makes weird music. This bottom hole was blocked up, but I opened it while I was digging the grave.
Talking of graves, there's 3 of them we should be digging right now. Just one more thing I'd like to ask you, Toby.
What's that?
What you said this morning. Those 3 buzzards flying together toward the west. Does it really mean 3 days?
There were 3 dead. Weren't there, Dad?
Boy, Toby. Never give a Nazi an even break. Unless it's in the neck. As for our 3 visiting murderers, they may not like our sense of humor, but they can't complain about our poetic justice. After all, it was in the desert that they got their just... Desert? We must have a word of advice. Here it is. If you should wake up one of these nights in a cold sweat, convinced that there's something or someone in your room, and if when you look toward the window you should see a strange figure silhouetted in the moonlight, then pull the blankets up over your head and don't look out again. It'll be one of our three friends from tonight's story, one of the Africa corpses. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Jewels of Kali.
Is that you, Kettridge?
Yes.
I heard a scream.
Yes, so did I.
It sounded like Sheldon.
We'd better take a look.
Sheldon, are you all right? Sheldon?
Here. Let me light a match.
Sheldon, are you... Kettridge. What's the matter with them? Both of them.
They're dead. The Hall of Fantasy will present the Jewels of Kali in just a moment. And now for our story entitled The Jewels of Kali.
I hear and obey, Mother Kali. If need be, I shall follow them to the ends of the earth, and they shall know that I follow them. Peace they shall not have, nor quiet rest, and their days shall be lived in fear of the death that creeps behind them. One by one shall they die, and I shall return to you bearing with me the jewels of Kali.
I didn't know till later why George Mayer had asked us to meet him at his cabin on the lake. Elaine and I knew that Kettridge was going to be there, but we couldn't understand why he hadn't gone to George's apartment in the city. At any rate, we wanted to hear about Kettridge's trip to India, and so Friday evening we drove out of the city, heading for the cabin.
Looks like it's going to rain.
Yeah, maybe the storm won't break till we get to the cabin, though.
Well, I hope not. It makes it treacherous driving on wet roads.
I don't think we'll have any trouble.
Do you know Kettridge, Lloyd?
I met him once, it was all. I doubt if he'll remember me. It was a long time ago. 3 or 4 years before we were married.
There have been several stories in the paper lately about the Kettridge expedition. The reporters have been comparing it to the men who found the tomb of Tutankhamun.
I know. 2 of his party died before they left India, and another one over here. That only leaves Kettridge and Porter.
They're saying that some kind of curse follows the members of the expedition.
Well, that's superstitious nonsense, Elaine. The 3 who died were older men. Because they died within a few weeks of each other, the papers are having a field day. It builds up circulation.
I don't know, Lloyd. I think there's more to it than that.
How do you mean?
I don't know. It's a feeling I have. A lot of the stories jumped from one thing to another, as if they were deliberately leaving something out. Something too terrible to put down.
Well, here's that storm. The rain's going to slow us down.
Be careful. I'd just as soon get there in one piece.
Don't worry, you will. Are you really serious about those stories you read?
Yes, Lloyd, I am. I'm just as serious as I can be. I'm sure that there's a lot more behind those stories. Something that might make us think twice before going up to this cabin.
You know how it is. Every once in a while we get a warning, a premonition of things to come. That's what had happened to Elaine. She didn't know what it was, but she knew that something was wrong. What she didn't know was that we would meet death up there at the cabin. It took us an hour longer than it usually did to reach George's cabin.
Do you have everything?
I guess so.
Well, let's go then.
All right. It's going to feel mighty good to get inside.
Did Kettridge drive up with George?
I think he's coming up by himself.
Ah, well, he's not here then. Look, there's only George's car.
Yeah, he'll probably get here soon.
It certainly gets cold up here at night.
Oh, he must have heard us drive up.
Hey, hi, George.
Hi, George.
You made it all right.
Yeah?
Oh, why shouldn't we?
Well, a storm and all. I thought maybe you wouldn't come.
Come on in. Kettridge hasn't arrived yet, has he?
No. Just set your things down over there.
Pleasure.
Maybe it's a good thing we came up here after all, George. I can get in a little fishing.
Tomorrow morning we'll go out early.
Good.
Now, how about a hot cup of coffee?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Well, just sit on down. I'll get it for you.
All right.
You want some, don't you, Lane?
Oh, try to stop me.
I wonder when Kettridge will get here.
Oh, pretty soon, I imagine. Take your cups. He's a pretty worried fellow.
Why?
You saw the papers, didn't you?
Yes, we saw the stories.
I'll leave this here in case you want seconds.
Good.
Is there anything to those stories, George?
Well, Kettridge says there is.
How do you mean?
Well, he says he's lucky to be alive.
Why?
He said something about Kali's curse.
Curse?
That's right. He seems to think that everyone who is in the Lost Temple is going to die. That there's no hope for any of them.
What was that?
An animal.
A dog. Or a wolf, probably.
Oh. Why does he think that they're going to die?
Well, probably because 3 of the party already have. He and Porter are the only ones left. He seems to think there was a curse on any who defiled the Lost Temple of Kali, especially on those who took the jewels of Kali.
This is the first time I've heard anything about jewels. What jewels?
Well, Kettridge told me that the idol held a ruby in each of its 4 hands. His group took the jewels. And ever since, their steps have been followed by death. Don't get so nervous, Elaine. It's probably just a dog out in the rain.
That wasn't a dog.
Then what was it?
I don't know.
Hey, a car just pulled up outside. Well, that must be Kettridge. Henry? Is that you?
Yes, I'll be right in.
Lloyd.
Yes, dear.
That wasn't an animal I heard.
You're letting your imagination get the best of you, Elaine. Calm down.
Well, it's so good to see you, Henry.
Well, thank you, George.
Henry. Henry, these are the Erskines. Lloyd and Elaine. Henry Kettridge.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Cup of coffee, Henry?
No, thank you.
What's the matter? Anything wrong?
Yes, plenty.
What is it?
Just before I left town, I learned that Porter had died.
What?
Yes, that's right. Porter and I were the only ones left, and... party left alive. That my turn is next.
What about the jewels?
I have them, all of them, with me. Porter gave me the 2 he had. He said he didn't want them anymore. He was afraid, and he thought that by giving them away to me, that he would escape death. But he was wrong. It didn't do him any good. That means that I am the last one, that soon, perhaps within the next few hours, I'll be dead too. We'll return to the Hall of Fantasy in the tale of The Jewels of Kali in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy in the tale of The Jewels of Kali.
The storm seemed to be getting worse. We stood there, the 4 of us, in George Mayer's cabin. Our eyes were turned to Henry Kettridge, whose face was white and drawn with the fear he felt inside of him.
That means that I'm the last one, that soon, perhaps within the next few hours, I'll be dead, too.
Do you really believe that, Mr. Kettridge?
What else do you expect me to believe? There were 5 of us on that trip, 4 are dead. I'm the only one left alive.
Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, it's not a pleasant tale, believe me.
Tell us what happened.
All right. We'd heard stories of a lost temple of Kali. As you know, the British government outlawed Kali worship many years ago. But we had heard of a lost temple some 15 miles northwest of the Indian city of Amritsar. We heard also that she held in each of her 4 hands jewels of tremendous wealth, each one a fortune in itself. We set out from Amritsar. None of us knew that we were walking to certain death. It is a particularly barren country, rocky and mountainous. We had a difficult time traveling. At length, however, we came across a valley hidden by the encircling mountains. I remember it was towards dusk. Porter and I saw it first.
Kettridge, look. Yes, I see it, Porter. That must be the lost temple, sitting down there in the center of the valley.
I imagine it is.
Those stories about the priceless jewels, do you think they're true?
The stories about the lost temple were true, weren't they?
Yes, only What was that?
I don't know. We heard the voice then for the first time. The sun had just split behind the mountains, and the sky was dulling quickly into ever more darker shades of blue. The voice seemed to filter through the air, so that it seemed to come from all directions at once. We decided then to push on that night, to travel until we reached the lost temple. We reached the temple several hours later, and stood there, bathed in the shimmering light of the moon. I think that all of us at that moment sensed that there was something inside that temple, something that was alive and wasn't just a graven image in stone. Yet, we couldn't turn back. We walked inside the temple. No one was there save for the black and besmeared idol of Kali, who held out her 4 stone arms beckoning to us. We stopped before her and saw that in each of her 4 hands she held a huge, glittering ruby. We took the gems and left the temple. Later that night, we made camp. All of us felt that we'd done something wrong, but we knew that we wouldn't return the rubies. Sometime after we'd retired for the night, I heard the voice. But I put it down to my imagination. I must have fallen off to sleep. What woke me was Sheldon's scream.
Is that you, Kettridge? Yes. I heard a scream.
Yes, so did I.
It sounded like Sheldon.
Better take a look.
Right. Sheldon, are you all right? Sheldon.
Let me light a match.
Sheldon, are you all... Kettridge. What's the matter with them? Both of them.
They're dead. Both Sheldon and Friedman were dead. Around their throat, we saw the ugly imprint of the stranglers, the fancy gars rope. Kali, the wife of Siva, had struck back at us. Sheldon and Friedman were the first to die. Manning was next, and tonight I learned that Porter had joined them. I'm the only one left.
They all died the same way?
Yes, with the fancy gars rope around their necks. Here, I'll show you the jewels. Those are the jewels of Kali.
Oh, I've never seen anything so beautiful.
They're so large. I'd like to examine them more closely.
Don't touch them, George. To touch them means death. Who's that?
Well, just the sound of an animal out in the storm.
Well, I hope it was only that.
You don't think they followed you out here, do you?
They would follow me anywhere. Those who worship Kali. Either they would, or she would.
She would? Why, you talk as if you think that stone idol of Kali were alive.
Yes, I do. It sounds insane, I know. But I'm
am firmly convinced that that stone idol lives in a way not apparent to us, and that she will demand revenge for the wrong we've done her.
Now, calm down, Henry.
I can't be calm with the knowledge that she demands her revenge. I can't be calm when I know that she will only be satisfied when I am dead, just like all the others. Listen.
I heard that cry earlier tonight.
And they followed me here.
What?
That's right. They followed me here. For the sound you just heard was the cry of the priest of Kali. She's out there somewhere. Somewhere in the storm.
You don't mean that you believe that the idol of Kali is out there in the storm waiting for you?
Either the idol itself or one of her followers.
Lloyd, let's take a look outside.
All right. Don't go out there.
No nonsense, Henry. If anything's out there, we might as well see what it is.
Be careful.
Don't worry about a thing. All right. You ready? Yes. Let's go.
Do you think he's telling the truth?
Well, there'd be no reason for him to lie to us.
I still can't believe it.
Well, we'll see if there's anybody around the cabin itself.
If he's telling the truth, George?
What?
Look, over there, by the window.
Oh, I don't see anything.
I thought I saw someone over there. Let's take a look.
All right. Now, you must have been mistaken.
I don't see how.
There's not even any footprints outside the window. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
This.
What'd you find?
It's a piece of rope. Or rather, a noose with a knot in it. Maybe Kettridge is right. Maybe someone is following him.
What do you mean?
Kettridge has described this noose to me before. This is the type of rope and knot the fancy cigars used, Lloyd. This is the sacrificial rope of the priests of Kali.
You are listening to the tale of The Jewels of Kali on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story entitled The Jewels of Kali.
Henry Kettridge felt sure that someone was outside the cabin, hidden from us by the storm. George and I had gone outside to see if we could find anything. For a moment, I thought I saw a man standing next to the cabin by the window. When we walked over to look, we found nothing but a noose of rope.
Kettridge has described this noose to me before. This is the type of rope and knot the fancy cigars used, Lloyd. This is the sacrificial rope of the priests of Kali.
How did it get here?
I don't know. Well, there are no footprints here, except ours.
I thought I saw someone standing over here. I can't be sure, but I thought I saw someone.
If anyone has been over here, we'd be able to see their footprints.
Then how did the rope get here?
I don't know.
Listen.
Yes, I heard it too.
There is someone out there.
But where? Can't see anything because of the storm.
We better get back inside.
I think you're right. Let's go.
Are we going to show Kettridge? Yes.
I'm sorry I asked you and your wife up here, Lloyd. If I'd known anything like this was going to happen...
Oh, forget it. Look. You see what I see?
Yes. Just for a second, outlined by the lightning. It looked like the statue of a woman with 4 arms.
Kali comes for you.
Lloyd?
Yes.
I hear the sound of heavy, slow steps.
Let's get inside.
Right.
Do you see anything?
Let us inside.
Here.
What's the matter, Lloyd? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
We found this.
The strangler's rope.
That's right, and
what else?
we saw something else.
What did you see, man? Tell me.
The lightning flashed a moment, and we saw something that looked like a statue of a woman with 4 arms.
She reached them out to us and said, Kali comes for you.
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Maybe we'd better go out to the cars and get away from here. What do you say, George?
I think you're right.
That'd be insane. You wouldn't have a chance. They won't let us get away. If we go outside that door, we'll be walking to our deaths.
What do you propose doing? Waiting here until they come for us?
Yes. At least they won't be able to get us outside in the dark.
I think we should take our chance and leave.
So do I.
And I agree with them. Waiting here only means certain death for all of us. If we make a run for it, we may get away.
Let's get our things together and leave.
All right.
Yes.
Stop.
Huh?
You're going to stay here with me.
Henry, where'd you get that gun?
I've carried it with me ever since I left India. We're not leaving. We're going to wait here.
Don't be a fool, Kettridge.
I'm not being a fool. I'm tired of running. This is the end of the trail for me. I'm not running anymore.
And you're not going to either.
Maybe we can get away, Henry.
Maybe. I don't think so. Stay where you are, George. I'm warning you.
Don't you think that if...
The next time the bullet won't be over your head.
All right, Henry. You win.
Look, I don't like to do this. There's no other way. Ever since we returned to the States and split up, I've had to face this thing alone. It's only a question of time when they'll catch up with me. I can't run anymore. I can't face death alone. Maybe they won't hurt you. There's no reason why they should. After all, you didn't steal the jewels of Kali. We did. And I'm the only one of that group's left alive. They all died alone. I don't want to. I need people near me so that when it comes, I can face my death with courage and not die like a screaming coward.
All right, Henry. I give you our word. We won't run away.
Thank you.
Kali comes for you.
It won't be long now. We have only to wait.
Take a look out the window, Lloyd. See if you can see anything.
Right. Do you see anything?
So dark out there with the storm and all, I can't see. Wait a minute. The lightning. The thing is less than 100 feet from the cabin.
What?
The idol, the idol.
I hear it out there.
It's getting close to the cabin.
You three, get over to the other side of the room. I'll stay here.
But we can't.
There's no time to argue. Get over there quickly.
What are you going to do, Henry?
I'll wait for it here. Maybe the gun will stop it.
It's on the porch outside.
Be quiet.
It's just outside the door.
Be quiet. Don't move. No matter what happens.
It stopped.
In just the moment it's going to hit.
Kali comes for you. Look out, Henry.
Stay away from me. Stay away.
Is it gone?
Yes, it's gone. And it took Henry and the jewels back with it.
Where did it come from?
Henry believed that it came all the way from the lost temple 50 miles northwest of the Indian city of Amritsar.
But what was it? That black grinning face with the grotesque body and those 4 arms.
That was Kali, the wife of Shiva, the Hindu deity of destruction. If I hadn't seen it, I would never have believed it. Yes, I know, but you did see it. The stone idol was here. All the way from India, it came to fulfill the curse on those who defiled the temple and stole the jewels of Kali.
I hear and obey, Mother Kali. I shall follow them to the ends of the earth, and they shall know that I follow them. Peace they shall not have, nor quiet rest, and their days shall be lived in fear of the death who creeps behind them. One by one shall they die, and we shall return, bearing with us the jewels of Kali.
Kali!
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight 2 of radio's foremost personalities, Chester Stratton and Joan Tompkins. in The Lady in Red.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope that you enjoy the trip, that it thrills you a little and chills you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we join prime reporter Bill Storm on the strangest manhunt ever conducted. Now here's the story, just as Bill Storm wrote it down, when he began to be afraid that maybe he was going to succeed and find the strange and dangerous woman he knew only as the Lady in Red.
My name is Bill Storm. I'm a newspaper reporter. And I'm writing this because I have a date tonight. Big, dark eyes and the softest voice in the world. Sounds nice, doesn't she? Well, I'd like to believe she's nice, but I can't. In my heart, I know she's the most dangerous woman in the world. And up to a week ago, I'd never even heard of her. A week ago, the day of Rusty Dean's funeral. You know, the big shot. Gambling, slot machines, killed by a solitary gunman while stepping out of his nightclub. They didn't catch the killer. They gave Rusty the biggest funeral since Prohibition. I was on the rewrite desk that afternoon. My best friend, Tom Jarvis, was covering the funeral. Well, along about 4, he phoned in. First, he gave me all the dope on the funeral, and then he started telling me about some brunette he just met. He was always a sucker for brunettes.
Bill, she's a knockout. Big black eyes and the smoothest, softest voice in the world. I want you to meet her.
No, blondes are more my style, Tom. Anyway, you're supposed to be working. Or have you forgotten?
I am working. Listen, Bill, I got a front-page story here. Theda led me to it.
Who did?
Theda, that's her. Theda. Theda. Like Theda Barra, the old silent picture star. Now, this is how it happened. I was watching the crowd at Rusty's funeral when I spotted a trim little number in red whispering to Joe Nelson.
Who's Nelson?
Well, Joe Nelson, a small-time thug. Well, anyway, she moved off, and I thought she might be a relative of the deceased, so I asked Joe about her. Well, he claimed he'd never seen her before, and that all she said to him was, 4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill.
4 o'clock at the Banner Bar and Grill? That sounds like a message.
Well, that's what Joe figured. Only he decided she delivered it to the wrong guy. Well, I sort of wanted to see her again, so I persuaded Nelson he needed a drink. We slipped around the corner here to the Banner Bar and Grill, and sure enough, she was here waiting for us.
Now, Tom, watch yourself.
Bill, you got the wrong idea. She's a perfect lady.
Yeah. Now, what about that big story you claimed you had?
Oh, well, I'm coming to that. But honest, Bill, I want you to meet Theda. You'll go for her. Now, look, I'm going to put her on the phone to say hello. Here she is. Theda?
Hello, Bill Storm.
Hello, Theda. Is that your real name?
Yes. Don't you like it, Bill?
Sure I like it. What's the rest of it?
There isn't any rest of it, Bill. Just Theda.
Nobody is just one name. Not these days.
I have, Bill. But here's Tom again.
Listen, Bill, I'm going to fix up a date with her for you. But here's the story I promised you. Joe Nelson has been getting quietly plastered. And from what he's let slip, I'm positive he's the gunman who killed Rusty Dean.
He is? Then hang on to it.
Well, I am. Now, you get a car and come down here. We'll smuggle him up to the office and work on him. Maybe we can get the whole story out of him.
I'll be there in 15 minutes. Keep buying him drinks till I get there. What's the address?
It's on the corner of 5th and Spruce. Hey, Bill, 2 men just came in the door and they got Tommy guns. They're after Joe Nelson.
Tom, what happened?
They just mowed him down. And Theda's gone. She slipped away when they came in. Hey, Bill, they're coming over toward this phone booth. They're going to shoot.
Tom! Tom!
Bill, find that girl. She knows who they are. She's working with them.
I was there in 5 minutes, even before the police got there. The place was deserted, except for the 2 dead men. Joe Nelson, the gunman, and Tom. Tom, my best friend, led to his death by a girl in a red dress. Well, the police didn't find the gunman who did the shooting, so I set out to find the girl. Tracked them down through her. Once I found her, she was going to talk. Plenty. I began the hunt by calling on the man who had been Rusty Dean's chief lieutenant and was running his enterprises now. Nick Murray.
Sit down, Stone. Said you wanted to talk to me? What about?
Murray, did your boys kill Joe Nelson this afternoon?
My boys? No, Bill, they didn't. Why should they?
Maybe because it was Nelson who bumped off Rusty Dean.
He did? How do you know that?
You mean you didn't know it?
If I'd have known it, Nelson would have been dead long before this.
Ah, I figured that. That's what made me think you were in the clear.
You haven't told me how you know Nelson killed Rusty.
Well, he had a few drinks this afternoon and let it slip out to Tom Jarvis. Just before those two hoodlums riddled them both. A brunette named Theda put Nelson and Tom on the spot for them.
Brunette named Theda? Never heard of her.
Huh? I hoped you might have. Trim figure, deep dark eyes, low soft voice. Looks like a lady.
Some lady if she works with a bump-off gang. No, I never heard of her. But if she's working with any local mob, I'll hear about it. If any of the boys run across her, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Murray. But warn them, if they do meet her, watch out. She's pure dynamite. Well, that was one lead that got me no place. So next I dropped in on Captain Hughes, the head of homicide, to ask if the police had gotten any fingerprints off the glass that the girl had been drinking from.
Sorry, Bill. No dice.
You mean you didn't get anything from the girl's glass?
Not a thing. You see, she hadn't touched it. None of the liquor was gone.
Well, now that proves she wasn't on the level.
Well, not necessarily. But I've issued orders to have her picked up if she's found. We tried to get a description from Gomez, the waiter who served them, but...
But what?
He says he didn't get a good look at her. When she slipped away, he didn't even see her go.
Some eyes he must have. I suppose he didn't even see the shooting.
Not much of it. He dived down the cellar steps when it started. He's in Civic Hospital now.
I'm going out there to talk to him. He must have noticed something. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. It was pretty late by now. And when I got there, the hospital had settled down for the night. They put Gomez in a ward. And outside the ward, I found a nurse on duty. A blonde kid who turned as I came up.
Oh, good evening. You looking for someone?
Yes, my name is Storm. I'm looking for a patient named Gomez.
Gomez? Oh, yes. Broken arm and internal injuries.
How is he? Is he awake?
Yes. Feeling badly. Complains of pains in his chest.
If he's awake, I want to talk to him. This is police business. What bed's he in?
Well, the last one down by the far door, but I'll have to ask the doctor if you can see him. Wait here, please.
She disappeared down the hall, but I didn't wait. The ward was dark except for a couple of dim lights. I started for the far end, and then I saw her. She was just a figure in a red dress bending over the last bed, but it was Theda, all right. It had to be. I tiptoed down the room. She was talking to Gomez. He was moaning a little.
It hurts, doesn't it, Gomez? Yes, of course it does, but it'll go away soon.
He mumbled something, and then he reached for a glass on the table beside his bed.
A drink of water? Of course. Let me help you.
She helped him lift the glass to his lips. And then I knew what she was up to, and I yelled, Gomez! Stop that glass! Don't drink out of it! He dropped it all right, but it was too late. He'd already drunk from it. He turned to stare at me, his mouth open, and she moved toward the door right beside her. I ran after her, but I was too late. When I reached it, she was gone. Swallowed up in a dark hole. I knew it wasn't any use hunting for her, and I turned to Gomez. In my impatience, I grabbed his shoulder. Gomez, who was she? What did she want?
Mr. Storm, you're not supposed to be in here. What are you doing to my patient?
I'm going to make him answer.
You leave him alone. He's not going to answer any questions for you tonight.
And I say he is.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Storm. He's dead.
Yes, he was dead, all right. The only possible witness who could lead me to her, and she eliminated him. And then I knew whoever she was and whatever her game was, trying to find her was going to be about as safe as moving into a den of rattlesnakes. I put in a bad night, trying to figure it all out. And the next morning, when I got down to the paper, my eyes looking like two holes burning a blotter, I hunted up my editor, Henry Holloway, in the city room.
Yeah, look at Frankenstein. What happened to you, Bill?
Oh, I'm all right, Henry. Listen, anything new coming about those thugs who killed Tom?
Not a thing. The paper's needling the police, but, well, so far, no results.
And there won't be either till we find that girl in red. She's the key to the whole thing, I know it.
Aren't you getting a little hipped up about that girl in red? After all, she may be perfectly innocent.
Oh, yeah? And how do you explain her killing Gomez last night just before I could question her?
Bill, are you sure that you didn't imagine you saw her at the hospital? After all, nobody else did, not even the nurse.
Imagine it. I heard her talking to him. In a soft, honey voice, as if she was bringing him flowers instead of poison.
Well, that's another thing. The hospital autopsied Gomez and found no trace of poison. They claim it was internal hemorrhage and shock that killed him.
Sure, the shock of a nice, healthy slug of poison in his glass of water. But suppose they didn't find anything. They weren't looking for it, that's all. And I saw her kill him.
Okay, you saw her. Now what?
I want to be relieved of all assignments until I find her, that's what. She's in this city, and I'll run her down inside of a week, or I'll quit calling myself a reporter. A week, I said. It didn't take any week to find her. Not that girl. She got around too much. I saw her again just 1 hour later. It happened like this. I went back to my apartment, dropped into a chair beside my window, and I started to figure my next move. The window looks out on another building across an air shaft, not 10 feet away. Well, I'd been sitting there about half an hour when out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in the room directly across from me come to the window and stand there looking over at me. It was a girl in a red dress, wearing a cute little hat with a veil down over her eyes. And as soon as I saw her, I knew it was Theta. Oh, don't ask me how I knew. I just did. Standing there with a 10-foot air shaft separating us. Well, I did what I could. I turned so that she couldn't see what I was doing, and I got Captain Hughes on the phone. He said he had the building surrounded if I could only keep it talking for about 5 minutes. Well, I hung up the phone and I turned back toward the window, trying to act casual. Hello, Theta. You looking for me?
Hello, Bill. No, it's just accidental that I'm here. But you're looking for me, aren't you?
Her voice did something to me. I can't explain it. A minute ago, I had hated her. And now I knew why Tom had gone overboard about her. I said something, anything, to keep her talking. Well, yeah, I've been looking for you. You're a hard girl to find.
I have to be, Bill.
But why, Theta? Look, you're just a kid. What kind of racket are you mixed up in, anyway?
I'm sorry, Bill. I can't answer that.
Oh, but listen, you could be anything you wanted. You don't have to be mixed up with murder.
Then you think I'm a murderer?
Now, what else can I think? Last night you killed that poor devil at the hospital. I saw you.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe me if I told you you're wrong, would you?
I'd like to, but I can't, Rita. I can't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Someday you'll know the truth. Now I have to go.
Oh, no, wait. Let me look at you. I think we met someplace before.
Yes?
Yeah. It was in Chicago. But I can't remember where.
Please don't try to, Bill. And don't try to find me anymore. Now, goodbye.
No, wait. But she was gone. And then somebody else appeared at the window. A window watcher. He started to climb out on the sill to fasten his belt with the safety hooks. And I yelled at him, hey, you, that girl was there. Stop her.
You mean the little number in the red dress?
Yeah, where'd she go?
Well, she went out just as I come in.
Go after her. Grab her. She's wanted by the police.
Listen, mister, I'm here to watch Minders, not to chase dames. The police want her, let them catch her. Now, quit bothering me. I got a job to do.
Look out, your safety hooks are bending.
What?
Oh, right in front of my eyes, he fell 15 floors. I saw the safety hooks break as he leaned his weight against them. And then I knew why she'd been there. She'd been there to weaken those hooks, to make sure that poor devil fell and killed himself.
Well, Storm, we didn't get her. She slipped through our fingers somehow.
She was there, Captain. I saw her. I talked to her.
Yeah, she was there, all right. We found a woman's handkerchief in the room. Initial J on it. Heavy perfume. Here it is.
Lilac. drenched in lilac. But the initials are J. She said her name was Thea.
She was kidding you. But she did the job, all right. Those safety hooks had been filed away to nothing. One of the local mobs is trying to get control of the window washers union. That's why he was killed. Intimidation. Sweet little lady, that one. But, Storm, the elevator boy who took her up, says she was a blonde, not a brunette.
Oh, he's crazy. Her hair is as black and soft as midnight.
You're getting poetic, aren't you? I wonder if you're still as anxious to find that girl as you were.
Oh, of course I am. And when I find her, she'll get what's coming to her. That's what I said. I didn't know for sure whether I meant it or not. I just knew I had to find her again. For 4 days, I combed the town for that girl. And then 2 nights ago, as I was walking home, just about midnight, I ran into Dutton, a cop I knew, looking down the dark street and scratching his head. Hello, Dutton. What's the matter? You see a ghost?
Oh, hello, Mr. Storm. No, but I got a funny feeling. I just saw that girl Captain Hughes once picked up.
You did? Where? When?
Well, just a minute ago. I was walking my beat when this dame comes past me, all dressed in red.
Yeah, go on. What happened then? Where'd she go?
Down the street. She turned into that door down there.
Then come on. In 30 seconds, we were standing before the dark door that Dutton said the girl had turned into. It was partly open.
And that's the door, Mr. Storm. But that's the entrance to the first storage loft. Now, why should she go in there?
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Then let me go first. I got a gun here. I'll see what's going on inside here.
He pushed the door open and stepped into the dark hall, and then I heard him call out.
Hey, lady! I want to talk to you. Hey, you up there, put on those pants!
Dutton, who shot you? Was it the girl?
No. She was just standing there. It was 2 guys upstairs hijacking the furs.
Dutton! Dutton!
But listen, Storm, you say you didn't see her. Then how do you know it was the same girl?
I know, Captain Hughes. She was acting as a lookout for those fur thieves. She deliberately lured him in there to his death.
Maybe. And maybe not. I'm seriously beginning to doubt if it's the same girl mixed up in all these cases. I think it's just a theory. Your theory.
Well, I'll prove it to you. She's definitely mixed up in the rackets. By now, Nick Murray and his boys must have learned something about her. I'm going over there to find out. When I got to Murray's club, one of the boys showed me up to the office.
Oh, hello, Storm. Sit down.
Thanks, I will.
Can I fix your drink?
No, thanks. I just wondered if you had picked up any trace of that girl I was asking you about.
Peter? No, the boys haven't turned up a thing. You sure you're not just imagining it?
That's what the police are beginning to think, too. But I tell you, I'm not. She's real, all right.
If there was any such girl working in this man's town, I'd know about her by now.
Unless she's awfully smart. And it looks like this one is. Well, I guess I better go and get some sleep. I need it.
Oh, before you go.
Yeah?
I don't know anything about the girl. But tomorrow I may be able to tell you who killed your sidekick, Tom Jarvis.
You may. When?
I won't have the dope until tomorrow night. If you'll meet me around 10, I can give it to you.
I'll meet you. Just say where.
You know the Tambourine Bar on 3rd Avenue?
No, but I can find it.
There's a back room. Meet me there about 10. Come alone.
About 10. I'll be there. I went home, but I didn't get much sleep. I was too keyed up. About 3, I got up and put on a dressing gown and sat down by the window to smoke. And then, behind me,
Hello, Bill Storm.
I turned, and she was there. I started to stand up.
No, stay where you are, Bill. Unless you do, I'll leave.
Here. Why did you come here?
You've been looking for me so hard. I thought I ought to.
Look, I won't touch you or try to make you stay, but let me get up and fix you a drink.
Sorry, Bill, I can't stay. But I wanted to tell you the time's come when I can let you know the truth about me.
You mean you're going to tell me who you are? And why you've done what you've done.
Everything, Bill. But not tonight. I'll see you again tomorrow, Bill.
Where? When?
You have an appointment, don't you, with Nick Murray?
Ah. How do you know? Are you working with him?
Please, don't ask me any questions now. I'll tell you everything tomorrow night. Good night, Bill.
Oh, no, wait. You can't go yet. But she was gone. By the time I reached the door, she was out of sight. Well, I went back to bed. But I didn't get any sleep. I was groggy, punch-drunk. I knew she was guilty, but I wanted to believe she was innocent. And I couldn't. Well, now I'm going to learn the truth. I'm waiting here in the back room of the Tambourine Bar. It's almost 10. I'm just finishing up this report that I started this morning. She should be here soon. So should Nick Murray. If she convinces me she's innocent, I'll tear this up. But if she isn't, well, I'm going to find out because she's coming through the door now.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Theda. So you did come.
Of course I came. You believe bad things about me, don't you?
Yes. How can I help it?
Believe me, Bill, I'm not wicked. Look at me. See if you really think I'm bad.
She lifted her veil, and at last I saw her face clearly. It was just as I thought it would be. A beautiful face. With dark eyes that I could see into deeper and deeper. Like looking into the heart of night itself.
Now, Bill, do you really think I'm wicked?
Oh, no. No, I don't. But who are you, then? What's your connection with these murders?
You'll know soon. I have to leave now just for a minute or two, just while you talk to Murray. He's coming now.
She slipped out one door while Murray came in the other. Nick closed the door and sat down.
Well, I see you're here on time, Storm.
Yes. If you can tell me who killed Tom Jarvis, I want to know.
That's what I'm here for. 2 of my boys killed him.
2 of your boys?
You see, Joe Nelson killed Rusty Dean for me so I could take over his racket. Then I saw your friend trying to pump Joe. I couldn't afford to take chances. I had to get rid of them both.
And that explains a lot. But what about the girl?
I don't know a thing about her. I think you just made her up as an excuse to come asking questions.
No, I didn't. She's real.
I know better. Because you did see a girl in that apartment where the window washer fell, but not a girl in a red dress. You saw Janet, my girl.
Your girl?
She filed those safety hooks and lost that handkerchief the police found.
You mean you had that fella killed, too?
Little business deal I'm interested in, protection stuff. And last night I decided you were getting to be a nuisance. That's why I'm telling you this now, because you're not going to pass it on.
Oh, no. No, put that gun away. You can't get away with it.
So long, Storm. We won't be meeting again.
Theda. Theda.
Here I am, Bill.
Theda, call the doctor. Quick.
You'll be all right, Bill. Don't worry.
But I need a doctor.
Yes?
I know you now. I know where I saw you that time in Chicago.
Yes. I knew you'd remember.
No, stay away from me. Oh, I won't let you come near me. I'm getting out of here. Oh, no, I won't. You're not going to get me. I can get me out.
Mr. Storm. Mr. Storm, can you hear me?
Oh. Where am I? You're a nurse.
Yes. You're in Civic Hospital. You were brought here an hour ago, shot in the chest. A policeman found you crawling down 3rd Avenue.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Oh, nurse, take this down. Nick Murray shot me. Get word this morning, let you.
Certainly. Now, please, lie quietly while I go get the doctor. I'll only be a minute. Hello, Bill.
Theda. So you followed me here.
You shouldn't have run away.
I did it because I remembered where I saw you last. In Chicago. The time I was in a taxi accident, I saw you in the other car just before we hit. 3 people were killed.
Yes, Bill, you did see me then. And now you know who I am.
Yes. Now I understand why you were around when those people died. I never expected you to be a beautiful girl.
Why not? Just because people think of me as an ugly old man with a scythe, does that make it true? I'm not really ugly, you know. I'm not someone you have to be afraid of.
No. I'm glad that you're beautiful. It makes it easier this way.
Now take my hand, Bill. It's time for us to go.
Yeah, sure. I'm ready.
He recovered consciousness a minute ago, Dr. Clark. I came for you at once. Seemed to be quite strong, and I... Doctor Clark. He's dead.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that was the secret of the lady in red. Cedar, a strange name. C-H-E-D-A. I wonder if Bill ever did realize those are the same letters that spell death. But he did what he set out to do. He learned the truth and avenged his friends. But if you should meet an alluringly beautiful girl who Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, with the title role played by Maurice Tarplin. Others in our cast were Chester Stratton, Joan Tompkins, Joseph DeSantis, and Larry Blythe. Original music composed and played by Al Finelli. All characters in this story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons purely coincidental. Bill Tompkins speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The House of Purple Shadows? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yesterday, we weren't so alarmed. When he didn't come to the office this morning, then we concluded something must be wrong.
He's here in the house. We'll find out in a minute, Benson.
It's dark in this hallway, Mr. Lamont.
Must be a light switch here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is.
Oh, there, that's better.
Hasn't been sleeping here at this house for over a year.
No, but they said at the club that he wasn't there yesterday. Hadn't slept in his room there last night.
In that case, he may be here.
That's what I'm afraid of. Maybe he had a stroke or something and wasn't able to get to a phone.
We look upstairs first.
Yes, I think we'd better.
Here's the stairway. It's queer, isn't it? If he came here in the evening, wouldn't he have left some lights on?
That's what I was thinking. It's gloomy in this house. No wonder he shut it all up and went to live at the club after his wife died.
Mr. Davidson has always been a peculiar man. I haven't been his attorney as long as I have without realizing that.
Do you know which bedroom is his?
Yes, I think this one. At least we'll try this room first.
Is it locked?
No, it just seems to stick. Must be the door is swelled.
Let me try it, Mr. Lamont.
Oh, I'm getting it now. Here it comes.
Gee whiz.
What's the matter, Benson?
I don't know, but when you opened the door, it was as if something grabbed a hold of my hand.
What?
Well, I know it sounds queer, but it was as if an icicle touched me.
It's just the cold air rushing out of this room. It's as black as night in here. Curtains and drapes are heavily drawn. Now, if I can find a light in here.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Lamont.
He's not in here.
No, not here. Maybe this isn't his room.
If he's going to stay in the house, he'd sleep in here.
This room hasn't been touched for a long time, has it?
No, I guess not.
Mr. Lamont, isn't it queer that this room should be so cold?
Well, no, there's nothing strange about that. A room that's all closed up gets damp and cold.
I have a feeling that it's going to start snowing in here any minute. This cold air, seems to freeze your very blood.
Mr. Benson, I don't think your employer stayed in this house night before last. I don't think anyone's been in this house for a long time.
Well, then, where is he?
I don't know. We'll look in the other rooms up here. Turn off this light.
Shall we close the door?
Yes, leave everything just as we found it. If he finds out that we've been snooping around up here, he may not like it. He's very peculiar.
I know, but certainly he'd want us to hunt for him if he thought we were worried. If we thought he was lying up here, dead.
He doesn't like people prying into his affairs.
That's true.
Yeah, we're looking this upstairs library. If he's not in there, well, then, means he's not here in the house.
Yes. What was that?
Sounded like a moan.
Yes, it did. Mr. Davison, where are you? Mr. Davison?
Mr. Davison, where are you? He's not here in the library.
No, it sounded as if it came from downstairs.
Yes, I guess it did. Hurry, let's get down there.
Yes. Mr. Davison, where are you?
He's not here in the living room.
No, but we heard a moan from somewhere.
Sounded like it.
Mr. Lamont, look. Look, do you see what I'm pointing at?
Where?
That book on the table. It moved. It moved all by itself.
What?
It did. I saw it. I saw it. It moved from one side of the table to the other.
Nonsense. That's impossible.
My eyes aren't playing me tricks that badly. I saw it move. Come over here. Look. You see where it's been lying?
Imprint in the dust.
Yes. Now it's over here.
Wait a minute. This is getting a little too deep for me.
Oh.
Benson, what's the matter now?
I felt that touch on my hand again. I did.
Hey, there is something queer going on in here. Look. Look over there at the window. You see that?
Here.
It's like someone was touching those drapes and making them move.
Yes. Mr. Lamont, let's get out of here. Let's get out. Hurry.
Right.
They couldn't see me. They couldn't hear my voice. Isn't there anyone who can hear me speak? Oh, if you know how badly I needed help, how hard I tried to make them hear me. You people who are of the world and know it. You who can step to the mirror, look in it, and see your face and body reflected there. Oh, how thankful you should be. Just a few moments ago, I managed to propel myself to the mirror in the hall. I looked into it. I stood directly in front of it. There was nothing there. I have no face, no body, no arms, no hands. And yet a sound came from whatever it is that I am, like a moan. My lawyer, Mr. Lamont, and my bookkeeper, Mr. Benson, came rushing down the stairs. I could see them, but great heaven, they couldn't see me. I called out, "Help me! Help me!" But they went out the door, slammed it shut, left me here alone. Oh, Doomed to what? Isn't there anyone who can tell me what's happened to me? 2 days ago, yes, I can still reckon days, I left the office and went to the club. It was about an hour before dinner. I sat reading the paper. Suddenly all the letters began to jump and dance before my eyes. And I distinctly heard something whispering in my ears.
Go to your house. Go to your house.
I threw down the paper. No one seemed to be watching me. I was so frightened I felt I must be ill. But I couldn't tell anyone in the club. There was a buzzing in my ears. And I could hear that voice saying,
Go to your house. Go to your house.
I walked out the door down the street. Some power seemed to be forcing me to go. I walked fast. I approached my house. I haven't lived in it since my wife died. I looked up at it. It seemed to be weaving back and forth. Black clouds hung over it. I walked up the steps. I reached the outside door. Mechanically, I took the key from my pocket, inserted it in the lock, opened the door. I stood inside. Now, why was I here? Why had I come to the house? I didn't know. I walked into the living room. Suddenly, I felt a great rush of cold wind. It engulfed me, whirled round me, seemed to be wrapping itself about me. Help! Help! What is it? Help! Help! My body is freezing. My blood has turned to ice. Help! 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 I can't move! I can't move! I couldn't move. The room seemed to be bathed in a purple twilight. It was then that I realized that I no longer had a physical body. I seemed to see everything in the room but myself. Look down at your hand and arm. Realize what it would mean to have the feeling of it, but not be able to see it. Can you imagine such torture? I can make things move, but I can't see the hand that moves them. Oh, horrible, terrible calamity that has befallen me. How long am I going to go on like this? What sort of a world am I living in? In the purple shadows between this and the next. Someone have mercy on me. Help me. Great heaven, someone help me.
Mr. Benson.
Yes, Mr. Lamont.
Before we go into the next room to talk to Mr. Davison's niece, I think there are a few things we should settle between us.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday ended a year since the disappearance of Mr. Davison. There's no doubt about it. He's dead.
He must be, sir.
He was kidnapped, which I'm inclined to think happened. Kidnappers must have gotten frightened and killed him.
There were no ransom notes received?
No, because they became frightened after they killed him.
But his body?
Don't know what they did with it. It's possible that though we dragged the river, it's still there. We've gone all over that before. That isn't what I want to talk to you about. It's his house.
Yes.
Police have been through it dozens of times since the day last year when you and I went through it.
I know they have.
If they saw or heard anything peculiar, they failed to mention it, as far as you and I are concerned.
I've never mentioned what happened to a soul.
Nor I. Been so long now, I wonder if it could have been true.
I often think the same thing.
According to Mr. Davison's will, the house and part of his estate is to be deeded to his niece, Loretta Hathaway. She and her husband are in the next room. I think it best, Mr. Benson, that we never tell her what occurred to us that day.
I agree.
She and her husband are not wealthy. Money in the house would be very welcome to them. We shouldn't spoil it for them.
No.
All right. We'll go inside now and read the will to them. Mr. Hathaway will take over Mr. Davison's business. Think you'll find him a nice man to work for. Come. Let's go inside.
Dan, You think you're going to like it here in this house?
It almost seems to be too grand for us.
I know it. Weren't you surprised to find out that Uncle Jim had willed us so much? Business, half his money, and this house?
Well, rather. But then, of course, there was no one else for him to leave it to.
I know. Dan, have you ever thought he might have committed suicide?
No. I never thought that.
Mother said he wasn't always as peculiar as he was during his last years.
What do you mean?
Well, I remember her saying that it was after he built this house and he and Aunt Mary moved into it that he began to change.
You know, there's something about this place that would make anybody change.
Now, what do you mean?
What I mean, Loretta, is that, why, it's so blamed cold in here.
The house has been shut up for over 3 years, Dan.
I know, but it's warm outside. This house is like an icebox. We've had the windows open all day.
It'll get thawed out in a few days.
I hope so.
I suppose we better retire. You take charge of the office tomorrow, don't you?
Yes.
Poor Uncle Jim. I still keep thinking that he may have committed suicide. I've often wondered if they went through his desk and things to see if he left any notes.
Oh, yes, they've gone through his things dozens of times.
Dan?
Yes?
It was 3 years ago that Aunt Mary died, wasn't it?
Oh, about that.
She took an overdose of sleeping powder by mistake. Then 6 months after that, Mother died. Then Uncle Jim disappeared. A lot of tragedy in one family in a few years, isn't it?
I wouldn't dwell on that, Loretta. What are you doing?
I just thought I'd go through this desk to see if I could find anything that no one else has discovered.
I wouldn't look through those things tonight. Let's go upstairs.
I will in a minute. Dan, come here.
What is it?
Look at this. Look at this writing.
Well, what is it?
That's what I'm asking you.
Just purple marks on a piece of paper.
I know, but what peculiar marks. Like they were made with a fingernail and written in some foreign language. What do you suppose it is?
I haven't any idea. It's probably been there for ages. If it had any significance, the police would have used it.
I know, but it's lying right here on top of all these papers. As if it had been dropped here just recently. Dan, feel of that paper. It's ice cold.
Yes, it's like everything else in this house. Oh, come on. You can rummage through that desk tomorrow. I'm going upstairs. Do you realize it's nearly midnight?
Dan!
For heaven's sakes, what is it?
Look. See that window blind? Look at it.
Why, it's moving.
Yes. Look at it. It's moving up and down all by itself.
Oh, I see what it is, Loretta. There's something the matter with the roller. You've seen it happen to window curtains before. They fly way up to the top or way down to the bottom of the window when the roller's broken.
But, Dan, it was just as if some unseen hand moved that window curtain. That's what it was like. Some unseen hand moved that curtain.
Loretta and Dan see strange things, too. Can it be that Davison is still trying to make himself known to the people in his house? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now, the hermit again.
Midnight in the house. Loretta and Dan are sleeping, but not... Well, listen.
No, I am not sleeping. I never sleep. You know that I've been wandering in this, my house, for over a year, living in hideous torture. Oh, I've tried to make someone understand, but it's useless. They only grow frightened, as Loretta did earlier this evening. But she didn't get frightened enough, no. I'll tell you why. What I've discovered in these long, endless hours that I've spent here. There's something strange about this place. Something horrible. You hear the wind? It's beginning again. About midnight every night, it springs up. There's a queer purple glow over everything. And the cold sears me all through again, penetrating to my very marrow. I know. I have no form that you can see, or I can see. But I can feel pain just the same. Such pain as you never dreamed of in your normal world. Loretta and Dan will suffer the same transformation as I have if they don't get out of this house. I've been convinced for a long time now that it must have been true that my wife, Mary, realized there was something wrong in this house. That's why she took the sleeping powders that night. She took her own life through fear. But why didn't she warn me so that I could die? For as it is now, I may go on suffering like this for ages and centuries. There may be thousands of houses all over the world that are under a spell like this one is. There must be other people living in this strange world like I am. Here it comes again. This wind that lives in this world of purple shadows. I've got to warn Loretta and Dan. I've got to get them out of the house. I must propel myself up the stairs and open the door to their room. I'm climbing the stairs now. I can see in the night. I can see everything but myself. I think my hand is touching the banister. Now, I'm at the top of the stairs. I must open the door to their room. Oh, that wind. It's making me suffer such pain. I must warn them. Loretta. She doesn't hear me. Loretta, you must get out of here. Loretta.
Oh.
She's turning in her sleep.
What is it? Dan, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, Dan.
What did you say?
Wake up. Look, there's a strange light in this room. And where's the wind coming from?
Loretta, get out. Get out of this house. It's going to be too late. There is a strange light in here. Turn up the night lamp.
It doesn't seem to make any difference. The light is getting stronger and stronger. And the wind is freezing me. Freezing my blood.
Loretta, I feel it too. Let's get out of this room.
Help. I can't move. I can't move.
Loretta, I can't move either. I'm powerless.
Help. Someone help us. Help. I can feel my whole body changing.
Loretta, what's happening to us?
Dan, help me.
I reached out for you and knocked over the lamp. Loretta, I can't see my hand anymore. I can't see my arms or my legs.
Look. Standing in this room. It's Uncle Jim.
Jim Davison. Yes. You see me now. For you're changed the same as I am. What's happened to us? We've entered a strange world. This house, it's under some horrible spell. I've been in these shadows since the day I disappeared.
Uncle Jim, is there nothing we can do? Nothing?
There's our only hope, see? You knocked over that lamp, Dan. This room will soon be all afire. Yes. Let it burn. It may burn down the house and give us the freedom of death. It's our only hope, our only salvation. Death, give us freedom. Let us get out of this torture. Have mercy. Save us. Have mercy. Save us.
What's the news, Mr. Lamont? Did they find the bodies?
They've gone through the charred wreck of that house for hours. There's no trace of a body there.
Well, you think they got out before the house burned? Then where are they?
Benson, I don't think they got out.
But they didn't find their bodies, Mr. Lamont.
They didn't find them. But no one will ever hear of them again.
What do you mean?
It's difficult to explain to anyone but you, because you and I know there was something strange about that place.
Yes.
I was with the firemen when we went through the wreckage. It was their bedroom. There was nothing there. But Benson, as we were going through it, smoke, of course, was smoldering there, but a huge purple flame sprung up and seemed to lose itself in the atmosphere. It startled me. I stepped back. Firemen thought I'd found something. Of course, I couldn't explain to them. I don't know that I can explain to you. But it was as if, well, as if something registered in my mind, and a voice said to me, "You'll never find their bodies. They're gone. Gone forever."
Shadows are liberated forever. They're free. No longer tortured. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Most mysteries, whether they be an unsolved crime or the disappearance of a person, are a 9 days' wonder and are promptly forgotten. Tonight's mystery is 127 years old, is important enough to be recorded by historians in history books, and deals with the disappearance of Mr. Bathurst, one of the King's messengers, the forerunners of our modern Secret Service. The scene is the little town of Brandenburg, at the Inn of the White Swan. Snow covers the ground, and the twinkling light of candles makes a welcome gleam in the frosted windows. In one of the upper rooms, finishing dinner, Colonel Weinert and a companion. The two rise from the table, look out the frost-covered window as they hear the tramp of horses' hoofs and the jingle of a horse-drawn coach.
Who can be coming to the inn at this time of night and in this weather?
A tall man in a heavy sable coat. He's getting out of the court.
Two others with him.
He must be English. They wear hats like that in England.
Well, I suppose it is none of our business. There's so little to do here in Brandenburg that one finds interest in such little things. Yeah, come in. Ja, mein host.
Oh, I ask your pardon for disturbing you, mein Herr, but the gentleman who has just arrived desires to speak with you, sir.
Huh? Desires to speak with me? How does he know I'm here?
Oh, excuse me, he does not know you are here, but he wishes to speak with the officer commanding the local soldier.
Then let him come up. Have dinner for him. Set it here. That is, if he has not dined.
Oh, no, mein Herr, he has not dined. His groom told me that they have not stopped but for a change of horses since they left Vienna.
Have him come up at once.
At once, mein Herr.
You, Marie.
Sit in the shadows, and we shall hear what he has to say. This way, sir. In this room. This is Colonel Weinert in command of the troops.
My credentials, sir.
Yes. Serve dinner at once, mein Lord. I shall have dinner served upon the instant. Bathurst, King's messenger from Greater Britain.
Yes, sir. I have just returned from an interview with the Emperor of Austria.
Yes?
Yes, England is desirous of finding Austria's feelings in regard to the stupendous strides made by this Napoleon.
Yes?
I have to report, sir, that Napoleon is sweeping everything before him. Within the year, unless some unforeseen force stops him, he will have completely swallowed up all Europe, from the frozen north to the Mediterranean. He will be Emperor of all Europe.
And England?
Yes, his plans include that as well as India, Egypt. And according to our information, America also falls into his scheme of things.
I see. Then I take it you have accurate but secret information of his plan.
Yes. And it is because of them that I have come to you. I must have a guard placed over my secretary, my carriage and horses. I must reach England with these papers. They will convince my government of the necessity of enlisting every man to fight this crazed Napoleon.
Yeah?
The gentleman's dinner, sir.
Bring it in. Sit down, Mr.
But, Colonel,
Nonsense, man. You cannot go to England without eating. Set it here, wench.
Yes, sir. Say that end of the board, Merton.
Yes, Miss Lucy. The gentleman will have his wine warmed.
Yes, if you please.
It is the best wine the country affords, although, sir, it is hard to get.
Stop your chatter, Merton, and serve the gentleman's dinner.
Yes, Miss Lucy.
That will be all now. You may go.
Yes, sir. Come, Merton.
As the colonel had promised, a guard is placed over Bathurst's carriage. The secretary lies down to rest, and outside his door 2 soldiers pace back and forth. Bathurst takes a much-needed rest, lying on the couch in the colonel's room, while outside the storm rises in redoubled fury, sending the snowflakes fluttering into wraith-like drifts. The wind rattling the shutters of the windows wakes Bathurst.
I hope I haven't slept too long.
No. Not a bit of it. You will kill yourself if you keep on at this pace.
Myself? What am I? It is the others we must think of. Napoleon isn't sleeping. At this very moment he may be, who knows, planning another advance, another attack, another country to add to his growing empire. But I waste time in talk. I must be off.
I have already rung for the servants. Come in.
I am ready to leave. Please see that my secretary and groom are round.
Your secretary, sir, is paying the landlord.
And your groom is at the stables getting the horses.
Good. Then take this portmanteau, please. Place it in the coach.
Yes, sir. You will take some wine on the journey, sir?
That has been looked to, Merton. Take the gentleman's portmanteau.
And to you, sir, thank you 1,000 times for your assistance.
I will accompany you to the...
Indeed, you must not. And you, madame, I am ashamed to have used your couch for resting, but needs...
Oh, no. It was nothing, sir. I hope your mission is successful, and England throws her whole force with Austria in the struggle against Napoleon.
Then, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye, mon here.
There you are, sir. Everything will be ready in a moment. The groom is leading the horses from the stables.
It's quite a bad night. If I don't get started, I'll never get through. Oh, yes. Here are the horses.
Giddy up there. Giddy up.
The groom places his lantern on the snow-covered ground and backs the horses into the shafts of the coach. The yellowish gleam of the lantern falls on Bathurst, standing there wrapped in his heavy sable coat. In a few seconds, the horses are harnessed. The landlord places Bathurst's portmanteau in the coach, then turns to Bathurst.
Mr. Bathurst, sir. Why, he's not here. Mr. Bathurst!
But neither calling nor searching revealed any sign of Bathurst. One moment he had been seen standing there in the light of the lantern. The next moment he was gone. So enraged were the people of England over the affair that even the great Napoleon had to take time off from his campaigns and issue a formal denial of his having any part in the mysterious disappearance of the king's messenger, Mr. Bathurst. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Bathurst disappearance mystery.
listening to Unsolved Mystery. We'll be right back after these messages. And now let's get back to Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the White Swan Inn at Brandenburg. Mertens, the serving man, has finished serving dinner, and slipping down the back stairs, he knocks on one of the inn doors.
Come in. Come in. Yes. What is it, Mertens?
The man who just came to the inn. He's Bathurst, the king's messenger.
What? The man who had the interview with the Emperor of Austria?
Yes, the same. He's having dinner in Colonel Weinert's room.
We must get hold of his papers.
We can't. He's already asked for a guard to be placed over everything.
Then, during the night, we've got to do it.
He's not going to stay all night. He's for England as fast as he can get there.
But we can't let an opportunity like this pass. You realize what it will mean if we can do this for Napoleon? It means fame, wealth. I know that Napoleon will reward us if we prevent those papers reaching England.
I have an idea.
Yes?
You stay on watch. When Bathurst is ready to leave,
Yes?
will detain him.
A few hours later, Bathurst stands beside the coach while the landlord faces the portmanteau in the back seat. The groom has just backed the horses into place.
Mr. Bathurst, sir.
Yes?
Quiet, sir. I've got information for you.
Yes? What is it?
An English gentleman, sir. He says he cannot come out in the open where he would be recognized. He has information that he says must be taken to England.
Where is he?
Right this way, sir. At the side of the inn, sir.
Oh. And in the dark shadow of the White Swan Inn, Bathurst, the king's messenger, was struck down. Who knows what difference there might have been in the Napoleonic Wars had the papers he carried reached England. This solution is based upon the following known facts. 50 years after Bathurst's disappearance, a skeleton was found in an old house. The skull showed that death had been caused by a blow on the back of the head. The house was the one Mertens had lived in while working at the inn. In addition, Mertens was known to have owned no property nor to have had any money. Yet to his two daughters, Mertens gave an amount equivalent to $1,500, a lot of money in those days. Several years later, Mertens' wife, when dying, showed that she wished to confess something, but died before she could speak, and her death left the disappearance of Bathurst still an unsolved mystery.
Roma wines taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines presents Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Miss Joan Bennett in Overture in 2 Keys, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. For friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Joan Bennett in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Are you feeling any better now?
You know what I've been wondering, lying here?
What's that, Mrs. Allen?
Are you really a nurse?
Why, of course.
Oh, that stuff you keep giving me to make me sleep, it doesn't.
You'd be asleep in no time, Mrs. Allen, if you'd only make up your mind to it. It's all in your mind, you know.
That's funny. You saying that to me.
Now then, Mrs. Allen, you mustn't keep talking.
That's how it was with him. All in his mind. That's why I couldn't help him. That's why nobody in the world could help him. I know that now. But I couldn't bring myself to admit it until last night. You know where I was last night? I was at the Hollywood Bowl. It should have been the proudest night of my life. I was waiting for my husband to enter the stage and take his place as the leader of a great orchestra. Yes, I should have felt proud, but all I could feel was fear. It wasn't a new fear. It was an old fear, as old as our lives together. It began nearly 2 years ago. Ira and I had driven to the Pasadena station to meet a new pupil of his in from the east. I didn't have any reason to believe that this new arrival would be any different from the dozens of others who come every year to live with us and study music with my husband. Ira, I don't see him anywhere. Don't you know what he looks like?
Huh? What's that, my dear?
Oh, never mind. There, that looks like it might be him over there.
Excuse me. Are you looking for Professor Whitmer?
Oh, Professor Whitmer. Yeah, I'm Mark Allen.
You'll have to talk to my wife. I can't hear you just now.
Glad to know you, Mrs. Whitmer.
How do you do?
You know those streamlined hearing devices you see advertised in the papers all the time, Mr. Allen? I have one, but like an idiot, I left it at home.
Well, that's something Beethoven would have liked to have been able to say, Professor.
Yes. But you know, Mr. Allen, I think he'd rather have put up with being plain deaf.
Excuse me, sir, but what about your bag, sir?
We have our car with us, Mr. Allen.
Right. Just take the car, will you?
Will you look after Mr. Allen's bags, my dear?
I just did. It's the one right here. Just put the bags in the back.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. I guess we can all ride in the front, can't we?
After you, Mrs. Whitmer.
See, Mr. Allen, my wife takes care of everything. That's what poor old Beethoven needed. Good, dependable wife.
Is this your first visit to California, Mr. Allen?
That's right. Never been further west than Chicago before in my life.
Well, you'll find the climate a nice change anyway.
What about you, Mrs. Whitmer? You, native California?
Not exactly, but the professor and I have lived here ever since we were married.
It's a great tragedy. A great conductor losing his hearing like that.
It doesn't worry him so much, now that he has his own protégés.
Must be hard on you, though, sometimes.
Why should it be hard on me?
Oh, I just thought it might be. That's all. By the way, what's your first name, Mrs. Whitmer?
Why, Francie.
You mind if I call you that? Sometimes?
Why, of course not. You can call me anything you like, Mr. Allen. Ira, there's the bell.
Huh? What's that, my dear?
There's a train coming.
Oh, yes. Thank you, my dear. I hope I didn't give you a scare, Mr. Allen. I really shouldn't be driving without that full device. My dear, would you like to drive?
You drive. We're almost home now anyway.
Is this where we live?
Uh-huh. This is Brooksville.
Nice little town we live in.
I certainly hope you'll enjoy it, Mr. Allen.
I'm sure I will, Francie.
That's all there was to it. And yet if he'd asked me to go away with him to Timbuktu that night, I'd have gone. But he didn't. He didn't ask me anything. He just watched me. Not like the musical genius he was supposed to be. He was rough and hard and strong. A kid from the wrong side of the tracks. A kid like me. And I was watching him. I was watching him all the time until one morning, Ira had gone into L.A. for the day. I was in the kitchen washing up the breakfast dishes. And he was supposed to be up in his room composing. But he wasn't composing any more than I was washing dishes. He was waiting for me to go up to him. He didn't have to wait long. Oh, pardon me.
Why, come on in, Mrs.
I was looking for my husband.
He, went to the concert at the Philharmonic.
He did? Oh, I wanted him to do an errand for me.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, well, it'll have to wait until next week now, I suppose.
He, might remember and call you.
He might. That's nice. What's it called?
It's an overture. Overture in 2 keys.
Oh.
You asked me that before. At breakfast. Remember?
Oh, yes, so I did. I'd forgotten. But look at me. Why, the professor would kill me if he caught me wasting your time like this.
Maybe that's one reason you waited until he was out of the way.
Well.
You want to hear the other reason? It's been on your mind ever since that first day at the station. Only you figured you'd wait. Let me make the first move. It's the way a dame always figures. Until she meets the right guy.
Meaning you?
I don't mean Santa Claus.
What does that make me?
Come here, darling.
You like to play hard to get, don't you?
Am I so hard to get?
I've been going crazy.
What do you think I've been doing? When does he get back?
Late.
How late?
Never before 6.
Hello, darling.
6 o'clock came too soon that night. It always came too soon. I think I dreaded that clock more than I dreaded Ira. We couldn't cheat on the clock. But with Ira, well, taking care of Ira wasn't a problem for any Einstein. But Mark was the one who had to do it. Mark had to fix it so that earphones or no earphones, Ira would be deaf as an adder. Sometimes I couldn't understand why Mark got so upset over that part of it. He used to tell me that I never would understand. I wasn't a musician and I wasn't deaf. Well, anyway, I had plenty of other things to feel bad about. We both did. We were like 2 shipwrecked sailors dying of thirst, and all we got to drink was salt water. You can stand that kind of thirst just so long. Hello.
Hello yourself.
Keep on playing.
Oh. Hasn't he gone yet?
He just called off his L.A. appointment.
What's up?
Oh, he thinks he's in for the flu or something. Anyway, he's staying home all day.
Lock the door, baby. Keep the germs out.
Mark.
Yeah?
He was talking about you. He said you decided to cut the course.
I've taken in all about all he can teach me. Besides, the dough's running short.
You're lying. But I'm glad you're lying. Mark, take me with you. We can go away together.
Where?
New York, Chicago, it doesn't matter.
He'd follow us. You know that. The kind of guy who'd track us down to the end of the earth.
I wouldn't mind.
I would. I'd mind plenty.
You mean your career as the great conductor?
That makes me a heel, doesn't it?
That makes you like the rest of them. That's all Ira thinks about, his career. He cares about as much for me as...
Okay. So far as the law is concerned, you're Professor Whitmer's wife. And there isn't anything we can do about it.
Isn't there, Mark?
Nothing that makes sense.
Mark.
Does it make any sense to you?
I've thought about it.
You wanted to hear me say it, though, didn't you?
Don't look at me like that.
Then you'd be sure I was crazy about you.
Mark.
Come here.
If we only didn't feel this way every time.
But we do. Don't we?
Every time.
Hello, darling.
Ira.
I must apologize for lowering myself to the role of an eavesdropper.
Ira, please.
Then it's also regrettable that you, Mr. Allen, should presume that my affliction would affect my powers of observation. Or for that matter, my tolerance. You will kindly make arrangements to leave my house.
I guess that's about the way it is, Professor.
I've already taken the liberty, or should I say the precaution, of reserving a ticket to New York. We have 40 minutes to get to the Pasadena station.
Ira, I must talk to you.
Undoubtedly, my dear. But Mr. Allen is going to catch his train. I must go get the car. You might help Mr. Allen with his packing.
What time do you have?
5 to 11.
Yeah. We can just make it.
Mark, you're not really going.
Give me my music case. No, it's right there on the piano.
Well, what about the rest of your junk? Or are you leaving that behind as souvenirs?
It's only until I can send you a forwarding address.
At least you can tell me where you're going.
You heard him. New York. There's the car now.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah?
Mark, let me know if you should change your mind.
I won't have to let you know, Francie. I haven't changed my mind.
After he left, I remember looking at the alarm clock beside his bed. It said 11 o'clock. Then I thought about what I'd be doing tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and the day after that, and the next week, and the next year. 11 o'clock for all the rest of my life would be the time he walked out of that door. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I just sat there listening to the clock. I must have sat there without moving for hours. Then I heard the bell. My first thought was it was Ira. Automatically, I got up and walked downstairs to answer it.
Good day, ma'am. You Mrs. Whitmer?
That's right.
Lieutenant Scott, police headquarters. Now, you know this gentleman here?
Oh, yes.
You must get ready for some bad news, Mrs. Whitmer.
My husband?
Yes, ma'am. There's been an accident.
Lieutenant, I'm an old friend of the family. Maybe you better let me tell her.
You'll have to give me some address then, Mr. Allen.
Call me here. Pasadena 1213.
That's only a matter of the next few days, you understand?
I'll stay in town as long as you need me.
Pasadena 1213. All right, Mr. Allen. Good day, Mrs. Whitmer.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Mark. Oh, Mark, I thought I was never going to see you again.
Didn't you? I think I want to sit down a minute.
Mark, tell me, what happened? Quickly.
It was pretty terrible. I told him a couple of times to take it easy. We must have done 70 when we hit the main drag, and maybe that's why I didn't recognize where we were. Anyway, I wouldn't have known we were that close to the crossing until I heard the bell. He still had time. If he'd thrown on his brakes when I hollered at him, there would have been all the time in the world. Maybe he thought he could make it, or maybe he just didn't hear me. I don't know. I just don't know. It was too late to grab the wheel. It was too late to do anything. That was when I jumped.
Mark.
The next thing I knew, there were cops all over the place. There was a doc there, too. I'd been here hours ago if I hadn't had to convince them that I didn't need any ambulance.
And Ira?
And those cops, they asked more questions
Mark.
than... Huh?
I asked you about Ira.
Ira didn't need any ambulance either, Francie. He was dead.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Joan Bennett in Overture in 2 keys. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. These cold, blustery evenings, there's real pleasure in staying comfortably at home, listening to favorite radio programs, reading by the fireplace, and enjoying the mellow pleasure of a fine Roma wine. Yes, better-tasting Roma California wines, sherry, port, or muscatel, add warmth and friendliness to quiet evenings and informal entertaining. And because Roma wines taste better, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. Roma wines taste better because Roma begins with choicest grapes. Then, with patient skill and America's finest winemaking resources, Roma guides these choice grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, along with Roma wines of years before, this rich grape treasure awaits selection from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. So share with your friends these better-tasting Roma wines. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Joan Bennett as Francie Whitmer, with Howard Duff as Mark Allen in Overture in 2 keys. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
They held the inquest at the house. It took the coroner less than 3 minutes to return the verdict. Accidental death. I thought we should wait, but Mark said it wouldn't make any difference. If people were going to talk, they'd talk anyway. So a couple of weeks later, we drove down to Yuma and got married. During the ceremony, I felt a little like laughing and much more like crying. And let me tell you, if you ever get married in one of those Yuma wedding chapels, you'll feel like crying, too. On the outside, there are neon lights to tell you how they do business day and night. And on the inside, everything is strictly like a funeral parlor. Artificial lilies, incense, and, of course, an organ.
And do you, Francie Whitmer, take this man as your lawfully wedded husband to happen to hold from this day forward?
I do.
And do you, Mark Allen, take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife?
Mark.
do.
I repeat, do you, Mark Allen, take this woman?
Yes.
You haven't to hold from this day forward until death do you part?
Poor Mark. I kidded him afterwards about fluffing his lines, and he acted very serious about the whole thing and tried to make out that he didn't hear that particular part. Well, I guess every man thinks that those words are written just to make him nervous, and every woman thinks they are written just for her. At least I know I did. At first we were as happy as any two people could possibly be. And then it wasn't that anything changed, but I began to worry about Mark. It was as though he were expecting something. Sometimes when he thought I wasn't watching him, it almost seemed as though he were listening for something. A couple of nights ago, we had the party. It was kind of a send-off for Mark's debut at the Bowl, and it was a very Tony affair. All the long day.
You can just imagine my humiliation, Mr. Allen. Right in the middle of Mimi's death scene, too. And afterwards, he had the nerve to tell me there was nothing wrong with his voice. It was stage fright. Oh, I could have slaughtered that head off.
If you'll excuse me, Madam Tetra, I think my wife wants
Oh, there, darling.
Fine. Can't we get rid of these people?
Eventually, I suppose.
Here comes Stanley. Maybe he'll know how to cut it short.
Well, it looks like a good party. You see, Mrs. Allen, you get an important manager, and all the important artists visit your home.
Now, can you get them all out of my home?
Oh, no, you can't disappoint your public, Mark. What about playing something to sort of wind up the evening, eh? How about the Overture? I know it won't sound on the piano, but after all, it is Now, where is he going?
You asked him to wind up the evening, didn't you?
But how can I make an announcement if he doesn't tell me what he's going to play?
Of course, it wasn't anything important. Phone calls that come at a moment like that never are. It was just someone who wanted to wish Mark good luck tomorrow night. I said thanks and hung up. It wasn't until I was halfway back up the stairs that I knew something had gone wrong.
Oh, maybe you should have seen his face. It looked more like a stroke to me.
What happened?
There's nothing to be alarmed over, Mrs. Allen.
Where's my husband?
He's upstairs, resting.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing at all, my dear. Really nothing at all. He was a little overtired, so he went upstairs.
If you ask me, Mrs. Allen, it's a plain case of stage fright. Well, I was telling him only this...
I didn't wait for the rest. When I found him, he was just lying there staring into the darkness. I wanted to hold him in my arms and tell him that no matter what, he was my guy. But I didn't. I didn't say a word, and neither did he. It seemed like a long while later when I woke up. I didn't want to wake up. I was tired, dead tired, so tired that waking up hurt me all over. Only this time it hurt more than usual. Then suddenly I was sitting upright in bed, with a chill running straight up my spine. The sound came from the music room. I fumbled for the light, but that didn't tell me anything I didn't know already. Mark's bed was empty. Somehow I got out of bed and walked downstairs. I kept walking, till I was standing outside the music room door. If I'd been standing at the bar of judgment, I would have still said the same prayer, that the door would be locked, but it wasn't locked. The room was in darkness, except for the small lamp on the table. And there, looking like something out of a horror picture, sat my husband. I couldn't see his face, only his hands flying up and down in the lamplight. His knuckles were wet with blood. Mark! 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 Oh, darling. Darling, I had to do it. I had to do something.
Talk to me. Keep on talking to me.
What do you want me to say?
Just keep talking. And hold my hand.
Your hands, oh, darling, look at your hands. Mark, tell me what's wrong. I don't understand. Everything was fine until I left the room to answer the phone.
Was it a phone bell? I didn't hear any phone.
Mark.
I wouldn't have even known you'd come upstairs if it hadn't been for your perfume. Even then, I didn't believe it. Then I came down here. I played like this. I couldn't hear. And I played louder. I still couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear.
Darling, don't. You're all right now. Mark, it's awfully late.
What time is it?
4 o'clock in the morning.
It's funny. You do it, too.
What did I do?
Listen to see if your watch is going. Must be a reflex action. Even he did it.
Mark.
It always reminded me of Nelson putting his telescope to his blind eye. I don't suppose you understand about that. Even if you'd loved him, you'd never have known what it meant for a musician. To be deaf.
Mark, there's only one thing I know or care about. I don't care about anything else in this world. I just don't care.
Fran?
Yes?
You know, don't you?
Yes, Mark.
You've always known, haven't you?
Yes, I suppose I have.
I'm sorry, Fran. For you.
Oh, Mark, I told you I don't care. I don't care about anything but you.
Has an awful sound. Murder.
As I sat watching him walk across the great stage of the Hollywood Bowl, I wanted to pray, but I knew I hadn't even the right to do that. All I could do was think of what he must be thinking, how he must have timed it to the split second, how he must have snipped the wire on the earphone so Ira wouldn't notice it, how he must have felt when they were coming to the railroad crossing and he heard the warning bell and Ira couldn't. Ira couldn't hear anything. Mark had planned it that way. He had killed my husband because he couldn't hear a little bell. Let me through, please. Please, I have to get through.
I'm sorry, lady. Mr. Allen isn't receiving any visitors.
I'm his wife.
Oh, of course. This way, Miss Allen.
Oh, thank heaven. That's all right, Doctor. Mrs. Allen, the press are outside. You must talk to them.
Mark.
I heard the bell.
Darling, it's all right. It's all right. I'm here with you. It's me, Francie.
Didn't you hear it? It began to ring as I entered the stage. It was the bell.
It took us an hour to get him to make any sense, and then suddenly he was all right. As all right as I've ever seen him in my life. The doctor was as pleased as an old midwife and insisted that it was the sedative that had done the trick. I wish he'd been right. But you see, by then I was beginning to see what was wrong with Mark, and I knew that all the doctors in the world wouldn't do him any good. But I still dared to hope that somehow I could.
All right, come on, let's go.
Well, don't you want me to drive home?
I'm okay now.
Oh, Mark.
Oh, you mustn't cry, baby. I'm okay now.
Oh, that's why I can cry, you goof. Mark.
Yeah?
Let's go away from here right away to Canada or someplace for a year longer if you want. Even if you don't even look at a note of music, it doesn't matter. You'll be right away from everything, and then it won't happen anymore. I know it. If you'll only get away, right away. Even from me, if that would help.
Where shall we go? Florida? New York?
Oh, darling.
You know, it's about time you saw something else but palm trees. Let's make it New England. Up around Vermont or something. We'll have to get you a sleeping bag or you die of cold.
I love you.
Me too.
Why don't you let me drive?
You can't with one hand.
I can, too. Mark, you know, I was wondering, can you get double sleeping bags in Vermont? Mark, you better slow down.
Maybe Canada.
Mark, we're coming to the
They say
crossing.
it's
There's a
quiet
train.
up there.
Mark!
They say you can almost hear how quiet it is some places in the woods up there.
Mark! That's how the music ended. They told me today that he was dead before they got us to the hospital. I'm going to live. Isn't that swell?
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Roma, America's favorite wines. This is Ken Niles returning to our stage with a lovely star of tonight's suspense play, glamorous favorite of movie-going millions, but a newcomer to suspense fans, Miss Joan Bennett. Welcome to the Suspense family, Joan, and congratulations. Your performance was wonderful.
Thank you, Ken, but I'd like to share some of the compliments with Howard Duff, who played the composer so wonderfully.
And as a token of our appreciation, here's a gift basket of Roma wines from Roma, America's greatest vintner.
Thank you, Ken, and thanks to Roma.
Among the fine Roma wines in your gift basket, Joan, is Roma Muscatel, a wine to add warmth to your welcome when friends drop in. A delightful taste treat with desserts, too. Rich in the tempting fragrance and distinctive taste of the world-famous Muscat grape, better-tasting Roma Muscatel is a mellow, satisfying wine born in California, praised by Americans from coast to coast.
Yes, Ken, Roma Muscatel certainly is delicious.
And here's why, Joan. Roma Muscatel, like all Roma wines, begins with choicest grapes. Then Roma vintner skill and America's finest winemaking resources guide these luscious grapes unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Later, along with Roma wines of years before, this rich grape treasure awaits selection from the world's greatest wine reserves for your pleasure. No wonder more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
You've convinced me. And now may I remind our listeners of something? 1946 saw the worst epidemic in 30 years of infantile paralysis. We must fight this brutal child crippler and guarantee medical care and treatment to all victims. Join the March of Dimes. Send your dimes and dollars care of your local March of Dimes headquarters today. Thank you and good night.
Joan Bennett appeared through the courtesy of Diana Productions, producers of The Secret Beyond the Door. Tonight's suspense play was written by Pamela Wilcox and Malvin Wall. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Roddy McDowell as star of Suspense.
Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Stay tuned for the thrilling adventures of the FBI in Peace and War, following immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this half hour of Suspense.
Now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Home. Back home again. Back home on the street. Courtney Lane is what the sign on the lamppost says. But it's just a street to those that knows it hereabouts. And few that doesn't. What with the name it's got. As dirty, rotten, rum a spot as you'll find in the whole of London.
Georgie Williams back home again, are you?
High time, isn't it?
Quite a proper man. He's grown to be too. We've missed you, Georgie.
More than I can say for you.
Ask your friend.
The street. The only home I've had since my mum and dad was taken. The Blitz. That's how they got it. And now I came to live with my Uncle Bert, if you can call that living. Where I've been the last 6 months is due to him. Dartmoor Pen. One of his little schemes that he talked me into, saying how safe it was. And it was for Uncle Bert, but not for me, because Uncle Bert is a crook and a liar. He'd steal the pennies off a dead man's eyes, only he'd never get caught. They could prove it on the dead one sooner than they could on Uncle Bert.
Come on, move along then. Hey, you there, just a minute. You're George Williams, ain't you?
That's right, copper. What of it?
Oh, nothing at all, my lad. Just mind you don't cut any fancy capers now that you're back.
I can take care of myself, I can.
And if you can't, there are those that can, you know. Don't forget that.
That's what it's like, being from the street. You're marked with it. If you're kin to Uncle Bert, it goes for double. But there's no place to go. So, I'm going home.
Georgie's dead.
Hello, Uncle Bert.
Georgie, a sight for sore eyes. Come on in, come in. Well, come on.
I'm coming in. But there's no need to carry on so about it.
Carry on about it? Why, you're the prodigal son, you are, Georgie Milan. It's a petty card for you.
Come off it, Uncle Bert. You don't want me back. If there was any other place in the whole of England for me to hang my hat, I wouldn't be back.
Oh, my boy, now that hurts, that does. To think you'd say that to me, what raised you from a young lad?
Yeah, and got me a 6-month stretch at hard labour to top it off. Downright ungrateful I am, eh, Uncle Bert?
Georgie, how was I to know you'd go ahead and do something I only spoke about in jest?
Yes, but if I'd come home with the swag, you'd have had your share quick enough and know just about that.
Well, I'm sorry for what happened, Georgie. You never know what I've been through, blaming myself for it so openly. But bygones is bygones. But come on into the nest, then I've got a bit of a surprise for you.
Hello, George.
Mrs. Pendry.
Oh, you see, Bertie does remember me. Isn't that nice?
Well, I couldn't very well help it, seeing all the errands I used to run to you from the shop in High Street. Hardly expected to see you down in these parts, though.
Well, you see, I don't have the shop anymore.
Oh, sold it, eh?
Yes, and... Oh, Bert, you tell him.
Tell me what?
That's the surprise I was telling you about, Georgie lad. Mrs. Pendry and I got hitched last week. We're married.
So you see, George, you'll have to call me Aunt Edna now.
Married?
That swept me off my feet, he did.
You married him?
And why not?
Oh, George, I know it seems a bit queer to someone your age, two people as old as we are. But we were both lonely. Since my husband died, I've had no one.
And she needs someone to take care of her. Can't get it that much now, you know.
My old heart. You remember, don't you, George?
And so she let me take over the job and made me the happiest man in the world to boot.
You do understand, don't you, George?
Well, I expect you'll be moving out of this rat hole, then. Both of you will go and live in your house, I expect, eh, Mrs. Pendry?
Mrs. Williams now, lad.
Aunt Edna.
Aunt Edna, then.
Well, you see, I don't have my house anymore, George.
There's a gaddy lot around here. Well, we didn't want to give them any chance to say I'd married Aunt Edna for her money.
So I sold my house, too. But I don't care where I live, so long as I'm with Bert. And you're just as welcome here as ever. Even more. You have your room upstairs you always used to have and all.
Oh. Hey, hold on.
What's up?
Where is it?
Where's what?
You know what. The picture of my mother that was over the mantelpiece.
Oh, Bert, I asked you to leave it where it was.
There's a new mistress in the house now, lad.
Never mind about that. Where's the picture? Hand it over.
Well, mind how you...
Hand it over, I said.
And it's no good raising a row because I can't hand it over.
What have you done with it? You had no right to put your filthy hands on it.
You must know I burned it.
Burnt it? The only thing I had in the world to remind me of her. Why, you woman, old...
Keep away from me. Don't you raise your hand to me. Oh, you're crazy young fool. Now, see what you've done.
Why, what's up with her?
Shut up, you blithering idiot. Here, give me a hand. Get her to her room.
No, I don't need you both, but if George wouldn't mind giving me my medicine.
There's a blue bottle in the kitchen cupboard. A teaspoon and half a glass of water. Go on, don't stand there.
All right. Keep your hair on.
Come along, my dear.
Thank you, Bert.
There. Come on. On the bed with you now. There you are.
Here's the medicine.
Here, give it to you. Yes. Here, drink this now. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Bert.
Feeling better now?
I'll be all right after a bit. I'll just lie here and rest for a while, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. We'll be just outside here if you want anything. Come on, Georgie.
I'm sorry to be such a bother. And thank you, George.
Nothing to thank me for.
And it's that bad art of hers. Has me fair worried to death.
I dare say. What's the game, Uncle Bert?
Game? What game?
You know what. This marriage business.
You heard what she said. We was both lonely.
Lonely. You're not tying yourself down playing nursemaid to some old A-bag because you're lonely. Not you.
George, you're speaking of my wife.
Your wife. Your wife's money, that's all you got your eye on.
Oh, so that's it. Then why didn't I move into the fine posh house of theirs up Nye Street? Why didn't I?
Because you'd rather have the cash, I expect.
All right, suppose I do come into a bit of cash one day.
One day. If you can wait that long.
And just what do you mean by that?
I don't know. All I know is I'm not having any. I'm clearing out now, tonight. But I didn't go. Oh, I don't know why. That night when it was late enough so I reckoned they'd be asleep, I made straight for the kitchen. I was near dead from hunger, I was. I started rummaging through the cupboard. And then I saw it. Right next to a bottle of medicine. A little box it was. Marked with a skull and crossbones. Poison. Rat poison.
Hello, George. Edna. Why, what's the matter? Look as though I'd scared you half to death.
Oh, me? Oh, no. You just came on me a bit sudden, that's all. I didn't expect to find you up.
I've been wanting to talk to you.
Why?
Why don't you and your Uncle Bert get along?
Well, if you must know, Uncle Bert and I don't quite see eye to eye on one or two things. But, I'll be out of his way soon enough. Never fear about that.
George, I know Bert isn't all that... But I know what people say about him. But he's been good to me.
Got his reasons, too, I dare say. He's a sharp one, he is.
He's been good to me, and perhaps if he'd had a chance, if he hadn't been in the street, he'd have been a good man all his life.
The street. That's what we all put our troubles onto here. The street.
I know it's hard, George. But if maybe you could get yourself a bit of education.
Oh, why, of course. All I have to do is trot along up to Oxford with the rest of the millionaire's sons.
No, I didn't mean that. Just learn a trade for a starter. And for the money? Well, I've got a bit of money.
Oh, no, I don't need any help. Yours or anybody else's. Why, the last 6 months I've had about all the reforming I can stand.
Oh, it's not that, George. You're like a nephew to me now.
You better stick to reforming Uncle Bert. He needs it as much as I do. Maybe even a bit more.
Oh, hello, Georgie. I told you you'd get hungry if you didn't eat.
Proper fortune teller you are.
What are you doing up at this time of night, Edna? You shouldn't be jumping up in the middle of the night with your heart the shape it is.
Oh, I heard, George. I just wanted to see if he was all right.
Well, up along to bed now. There's a good girl. I'll take care of Georgie.
Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. You're not in a proper mood, George. You'll never make your way in the world. Not the way you're going about it.
I suppose you know just how to go about it. That's why you've lived in this filthy hole all your life.
I wouldn't say that. But I know one way. Money's one way, and I've got me plans.
What's this? This part of your plans, is it?
That? Oh, it's rat poison, ain't it?
I ain't never seen no rats around here.
Well, there's no harm having a bit handy, is there? Ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, you know.
And a proper handy place you've got for it too, haven't you? Right next to a bottle of medicine.
Ah, so that's it. So now I'm a cruel and inhuman monster that would poison his own wife, is that it?
I didn't say you would. But I didn't say you wouldn't neither.
I think I got it all planned, eh? I'd slip her the poison and no one even bothers to ask why she rolled up because they all know she got a bad ticker. Is that the way you see it?
I see you've done a bit of thinking at any rate.
Now look here, George, my lad. Even if I was the monster you say, I'd be the last one to kill her. Don't you see?
Not yet, I don't.
I have to make out her will, Georgie. I'll get the stuff anyway. I can afford to wait. I don't know about certain other parties, Georgie, that would benefit along with me, but I can afford to wait.
I should have known it then. The day I found the rat poison, what Uncle Bert was up to. I knew he'd married Edna for her money. I knew he was rotten enough to... Well, I watched him like an orc. I fixed all the meals myself, seeing I wanted to help around the house. And the poison was always there, up in the kitchen cupboard next to a medicine, with the skull and crossbones on it, and the seal unbroken.
Oh, hello there, Georgie lad. Just in time to have a spot of tea with us.
Tea?
Well, what about that? We're not toffs, perhaps, but we can have a spot of tea all the same, I expect.
It was Bert's idea. Said it made us seem more of a family-like.
Have a cup, Georgie?
No, thanks, but I'll turn the tray around for you, though.
Here, hold on.
Looks a bit unsteady, but... Oh, there you are. Now, you get Aunt Edna's cup, and she gets yours. But there's no matter, is it?
Of course not. It's all the same tea.
You don't mind, do you, Uncle Bert?
Why, no, why should I?
Oh, it is nice to have a cup of tea about this time of day. I'd almost forgotten.
Well, drink up, Uncle Bert. You'll only get cold sitting there.
Yeah, what's the perishing hurry? I like it a bit cool and myself.
Well, is there anything wrong with your tea, Bert? Mine's lovely.
Shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Fix it himself, he did.
Of course there's nothing wrong with it.
No, lovers, Bert. No need to take it all down in a gulp. Think you were swallowing rank poison.
Something stick in your throat then, Uncle Bert?
What is it? There.
I gotta swallow in my windpipe. It's good now. Fix me another cup like a good lad, will you, Georgie?
You can fill mine too if you will, George.
Right you are.
Do you know where the tea is, Georgie?
No,
No, it's in the kitchen cupboard. Right next to the medicine. You'll find it, Georgie. Right next to the medicine.
But the tea wasn't next to the medicine. It wasn't there at all. Only the little box was there, with the skull and crossbones, and still unopened. Poison. I found the tea and poured out the 2 cups. But all the time my eye was on the little box. I was thinking how I had to get away, and about the money, and how easy it would be. And then it came to me, all in a flash, what Bert was up to, and why I'd done nothing about it. Because he'd known what I was thinking before I knew it myself. He knew what I was thinking out there in the kitchen right then. He knew I was thinking about... murder. That night I hid the box, Didn't chuck it out, mind you, only hid it. In a place not too hard to find. Next morning it was back in the cupboard, right next to the medicine. Poison. No mistake about it now. Another of Uncle Bert's nice, safe little schemes. Safe for him. It all become right out in so many words with it. Nothing to arrange but the terms. I knew he'd get to that too, once he was sure of me. All he had to do was wait, was what he thought. Wait for me to kill her.
Hello there, Georgie Millett. Cleaning up the breakfast dishes, eh?
Well, it don't look like I'm playing a bloody game of darts, does it now?
Georgie, I was looking for that rat poison last night. Had the devil's own job to find it.
I could have told you where it was. Found some rats at last, have you?
Not in particular. Thought it best to have it out there where it's handy, though.
Well, it's handy now, all right.
Saw where I put it, did you? Now, look here, Georgie. You know how I feel about you. What's mine is yours. Whatever I have, or whatever I might have, share and share alike. 50-50. Partners. That's me.
First I've ever known you to offer a bloke so much as a time of day.
I might be the last two. But the one time might be worth all the rest. Hey, Georgie?
Only times I've known you cheat your own grandmother out of the last 2 teeth in her head.
That's as maybe. But if you're partners, you're taking your chances together, aren't you? Both of you in the same, for bad or for good. Got to treat each other fair and square then, don't you?
If it's like that.
That's how it is, all right. You think it over. See if it ain't.
Bert. Oh, Bert.
Yes, my dear?
Could you bring me a bit of my medicine?
Not taking bad, are you?
Not scared, but a bit of the medicine might help.
Right you are. Well, Georgie, you know how to fix it, don't you?
I know how to fix it.
I'll just nip along down the road then. Got a few things to attend to. But I'll be back in plenty of time.
Mind you are, then.
And, Georgie, fix it right this time.
I got the medicine and mixed it up as usual. But I scarcely knew what I was doing. Because all the time I was thinking about the street. About my shirt that was always frayed and dirty. About my baggy second-hand suit. And how, well, what did she matter to me anyhow? She was a sure thing to roll up in a year or two anyway. What with that ticker of hers? But if she did now, I was free. Free. Next thing I knew, I'd opened the box and dumped enough of the stuff into her glass to kill a cart horse. And then I was carrying it into her, walking like in a dream, and wondering where my voice was coming from. It sounded so strange and far away.
Just set it down on the table, will you, George?
Righto. Right you are, Aunt Edna.
I hate to be such a trouble to you, George. You've been awfully good about the house here and all.
Oh, it's no trouble.
All the same. I know it isn't easy.
Oh, I don't mind. Always used to help my mum about the house.
You loved your mother a lot, didn't you, George?
Yes, I did.
I wish you'd do what I know she'd want you to do, if she was alive.
What's that?
Get away. Get away from the street. I know she's praying for that, wherever she is. The street does things to people, George. Terrible things.
Well, I will. I will get away one day.
One day may be too late.
Maybe it will. Maybe it won't.
Why don't you let me help you? I know she'd want that, too.
Do you really think she would?
Oh, I know she would. George, please.
No, I said I don't want any help, and I don't.
All right, George. I won't say any more. Hand me my medicine, please.
What?
My medicine. On the table.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you.
No!
Oh, George!
Oh, I'm sorry. I slipped, I did.
Did you?
Yes,
I thought you struck the glass out of my hand.
No, I didn't. Anyway, it's no matter. I'll get you some more.
George.
Aunt Edna, you've got to get away from here.
Get away?
Yes, now, today, before it's too late.
Perhaps it is too late.
No, it isn't. Not for you. I can't get out of it. I never will, but you can. You've got money. You've got to go.
Are you sure that's best?
Oh, I know it is for everyone. For you, I mean. For your health. That's it. That's what I mean. I was thinking about your health. Oh, you'll never get well here. You'll die here.
I've been prepared for that for quite a while.
Oh, Aunt Edna, not here. You've got to go. Promise me you'll go.
Yes. Perhaps that is best. All right, George. I'll go.
That night I slept. Really slept. For the first time in weeks. When I woke up, it seemed late. I heard the sound of dishes down in the parlour. I jumped into my clothes in a flash and looked down the stairs. They were having breakfast. Coffee. I seemed to turn all sick inside. I ran down the back stairs to the kitchen and over to the cupboard. The box was still there, but it was empty. The poison had been used since yesterday. I ran out into the parlour.
Oh, thanks. I think I will.
Edna, don't drink it.
Well, what's got into you?
Did you drink it, Edna? Tell me.
My coffee? Why, yes.
He's poisoned you.
Shut up, you fool.
I won't shut up. I knew he'd do it. Oh. He wanted me to, and when I wouldn't, he did it himself. But he won't get away with it, Edna. I'm going to call the police. I'll get you a doctor.
George. No.
Oh.
Hey, you've set her off again, you fool. Get a medicine, quick.
Aunt Edna.
Get the medicine, I'll tell you. I'll see to her.
Medicine. She's dead. Dead? Oh, don't try any of that, Uncle Bert. You poisoned her, you didn't, and I know it. I looked at the box in the kitchen, and it's empty, and I'm going to the police.
George!
Well?
I swear I didn't. I swear I all told it. She made the coffee herself. She brought it out with her own hands.
She did?
George! Come on, Doctor. She's done for me.
That's it. You've been the running mastermind so far. You get your own doctor.
George.
So long, Uncle Bert. Happy landings. I went next door and asked Mrs. Wiggins to call the police. Then I went back to the house. I picked up Edna in my arms and carried her to her room and laid her on a bed. I smoothed out a pillow for her head as though she was still alive. Then I saw it. The picture of my mother and the note. Dear George, don't be sorry for me, and don't think badly of me. I was wrong to close my eyes to things just because I didn't want to see them. But after yesterday, I knew you were right, and it was best for me to go away. Give this note to the police, so that they will know it was me and not you that poisoned him. I found a picture of your mother in the attic. She was so beautiful that I could see why even Bert couldn't really burn it, like he said. Take the money that I've left and leave the street. But carry her picture with you wherever you go. For I know she will always be watching over you, as she was yesterday, to keep you from harm. And so shall I. Your friend, Edna.
And so closes tonight's tale of Suspense.